Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Starting when I was about 12, I began to notice something that didn't seem to have any place in the normal world. I wasn't the kind of kid who jumped at every bump in the night or believed in ghosts, but I also wasn't brave in the way people think of bravery. I was just trying to live, go to school, do chores, hang out with friends. But a few times a week, something off would happen. I'd see shadows, figures really. Not just tricks of light or something out of the corner of my eye, but distinct shapes of people made out of pure shadow. They never had details, no eyes, no face, no clothes. Just outlines, dark as night, clear as day. Sometimes they stood around. Other times they walked like they had somewhere to be. Once or twice, I thought they were talking, though it wasn't voices I heard. More like the hum of words without sound. Like catching part of a conversation in another room with the door mostly shut. The strange thing was, it wasn't just at night. Sure, more often after the sun went down, but it happened during the day too. One time I saw one across the street while riding my bike in broad daylight. I almost ran into a mailbox because I couldn't look away fast enough. It vanished the moment I blinked. Every time I saw one, I'd feel it first. The hair on my arms would stand up, and a cold feeling would crawl across my neck and back, even on the warmest days. I could be mid-laugh with friends or halfway through brushing my teeth, and suddenly I'd feel like someone had just walked into the room behind me. That deep, primal feeling of being watched. It never announced itself, just slipped into the space like it belonged. And I'd know. I always knew when one was around. Despite how weird it all was, nothing ever really happened. They never came close. Never tried to touch me. Never did anything that felt like a direct threat. I got used to it in a way. Maybe that's the wrong word. I didn't accept it, but I learned to live around it. Like people in noisy apartments who can sleep through sirens. That was me and the shadows. Uneasy roommates. But then there was one night when everything changed. I was probably 13, maybe still 12. I had started sleeping with a light on, not full-on overhead lights, just a bedside lamp. It made me feel safer. I told my parents I needed it to read before bed. I never said it was for the shadows. I hadn't told them about those yet. That night I fell asleep like usual, but I woke up out of nowhere. Not like I had a bad dream, more like my body suddenly decided something was wrong. I remember how quiet the room was. Even the normal creaks and groans of the house settling seemed to be holding their breath. And the light was off, but the room wasn't dark. It was lit up in a dim red glow, like a failing nightlight, or how everything looks when you shine a flashlight through your fingers. The air felt heavier, almost humid, like a storm was waiting to break. I felt every breath I took go in dry and come out wet. My chest was tight. I remember how loud the blood sounded in my ears. I sat up, blinking, confused. My eyes scanned the room. Nothing moved. No noise. Just the weird, red glow that made everything feel twisted wrong. Then I looked to my right. Along the wall my bed was pushed up against. And I saw it. There was a shadow. Not on the wall. It was the wall at first. Like a cutout, perfectly flat, perfectly black. Except the rest of the wall was tinted red. And this thing was pitch black, sharp-edged, like someone had glued black paper to the paint. A human shape, clear arms, a neck, shoulders. No details, but no mistaking it either. It was there. I froze. My heart had already jumped into my throat, and I couldn't seem to breathe. I remember how dry my tongue was, like it had turned to wood. I didn't blink. I didn't move. I just stared at it, and I knew it was staring back. Even without eyes, it was watching me. Focused. Intent. Then it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't float. It peeled off the wall like it had been glued there and suddenly wasn't. Not slowly, not all at once, just enough for it to bend forward over me. It didn't touch the bed. It didn't touch me. But it leaned in close, bending over me like it wanted to smell me, or speak, or scream. And it did scream. It was a sound I'll never forget. Not a voice. Not like anything human. Not even like an animal. It was sharp and broken, like someone scraping 1,000 forks down metal siding while dragging something across gravel. My vision went fuzzy for a second, and I thought I might pass out, but my body snapped out of whatever froze it, and I tore out from under the blankets, stumbling for the door. I was screaming, or trying to, but nothing came out. My throat was too tight. I grabbed the door handle and twisted. Nothing. It wouldn't turn. It was like it had been glued in place. I pulled, yanked, hit it. Still nothing. I turned back just enough to see if it was coming at me. Gone. Nothing there. The room looked empty. The red glow was still there, but the figure had vanished. I didn't wait. I turned back to the door and grabbed the handle again, and it twisted right away. Just like normal. It opened smooth, no resistance. I almost fell into the hallway. I ran. Down the hallway, bare feet slapping the wood floor, heartbeat booming in my ears. I couldn't speak. Couldn't think. I got to my parents' room and dove onto the floor on my mom's side, curled up into a ball. I finally started sobbing, and my mom sat up, startled. They both woke up, scared by how hard I was crying. They asked what happened. I couldn't tell them everything, not right away. I just kept saying, something was in my room. That morning, I told them the full story. Everything. Not just about the figure from that night, but the others, the ones I'd been seeing for a year or more. My mom believed me right away. My dad wasn't sure, but he didn't dismiss it. They both knew I wasn't the type to make stuff up, especially not like this. That week, they had our pastor over. Not just for a prayer, but for a full house blessing. My mom invited some of her church friends, and they did a prayer circle in my room, burned some incense, spoke in calm but serious voices. I didn't sleep well for months after that. My mom let me sleep on the floor of their room for a few nights, and I slowly moved back into my own room. But it was never the same. I kept the light on, sometimes two lights. I started putting stuff in front of the door, not to block anyone out really, just to feel like I had a barrier. I'd pile up my dirty laundry basket, a chair, once even a full box of Lego sets. It made me feel like I'd hear or see something if it ever came back. But it didn't. That was the only time I ever had one of the shadows do anything like that, direct, personal. After that night, they went back to being what they were before. Shapes in the corner of my vision. Sounds of shuffling steps in an empty hallway. A whisper that didn't make sense, heard just as I was falling asleep. Never clear. Never near. But still there. And it didn't stop when I got older. Through high school, college, even into my early 20s. Every now and then, I'd feel that old feeling again, the cold breath on my neck, the hair on my arms rising. And I'd know I wasn't alone. It wasn't just in my childhood home, either. I moved 3 times. Different towns, different apartments, dorm rooms. One place I rented with a friend during college had this weird draft that didn't make sense. I'd hear footsteps on the stairs, even when no one else was home. Once, I saw a figure move past my bedroom door at 3 a.m. My roommate wasn't home. I didn't sleep that night. But again, nothing ever happened. Not like that one time. Sometimes I wonder if that was the point. Like, whatever they were, maybe they just wanted to remind me that I wasn't crazy, that I really had seen them, that they were aware of me, even if they didn't usually show it. I told a therapist once, years later. I didn't lead with the shadow thing. I just said I had trouble sleeping, and I was hyper-aware of noises at night. The therapist asked questions about my childhood, and eventually, I told the story. She listened, nodded, didn't mock me. She asked if I thought it might have been sleep paralysis. I said no. I've read about that. I know what it is. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't half awake. I didn't feel paralyzed. I ran. I screamed. I moved. It wasn't that. She said sometimes trauma makes the brain look for patterns, see threats, that maybe I had a deeply buried anxiety that formed after one terrifying moment, and my brain created a pattern around it. I thought about that. A lot. Still do. It might be true. I can't prove what I saw, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Even if no one else ever believes me, even if it was all in my head, it still changed my life. Now, in my mid-20s, I still sleep with a light on. I still wake up if I hear a creak, a click, a shift in the hallway. I keep my doors closed. I check my closet more than I'd ever admit to friends. I don't see the shadows as often anymore. Maybe once every few months, if that. But when I do, it's the same every time. Still, watching, passing by, never stopping. And I don't want them to stop. Not again. Once was enough. Because whatever that thing was, whatever it wanted, it saw me. And it screamed. And I've never stopped hearing that scream. Not really. Even in the quietest moments. It's always just under the surface. I don't think I'll ever sleep deeply again. It was Memorial Day, and I'd been out drinking with a few of my friends. It was a tradition of sorts, one I held on to since I left the military. I guess it was my way of remembering my brothers and sisters, even if they weren't physically with me anymore. It was my way of honoring them. I'm not one to get sentimental too often, but that night I did. Maybe it was the weight of the day, or maybe I was just trying to drown out the loneliness that always crept up on me in moments like this. Whatever it was, I wasn't in the mood to hold back. The drinks were flowing easily, and I didn't even keep count of how many I had. I didn't care. I could handle it. At least I thought I could. The bartender was kind enough to make them strong, and I was more than willing to let them blur the edges of my mind. I wasn't thinking about much, just drinking, laughing, and letting go. The last thing I remembered was leaving the bar. I was supposed to meet a girl back at my place, around 3 a.m. I had just started dating her, so I was eager to get home, even if I was a little too drunk to function properly. But somewhere between the bar and home, things went completely sideways. I didn't know how I got there, but when I woke up, I found myself in a strange yard. The world was blurry and disorienting, like the spinning feeling you get when you stand up too fast after being on a long ride. My mind was cloudy, but I tried to focus. The first thing I noticed was the privacy fence that loomed over me, tall and imposing. It was a large, well-kept yard, but I wasn't sure whose it was. The fence had those fleur-de-lis designs on top of the posts, the kind you see in Louisiana, and I could barely make out the outlines in the dim light. My thoughts were fragmented, and I couldn't piece together how I ended up behind this fence. Everything felt wrong, and the pain in my arm was unbearable. I looked down and saw that my arm was tangled in the fence. It wasn't just caught in a gap or something. No, the fence post had driven itself through my skin, from my elbow all the way down to my wrist. The fleur-de-lis on top had punctured deep into my flesh, and the pain was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I was pinned, stuck in place, my body heavy and disoriented from the alcohol. I tried to move, but my arm wouldn't budge. It felt like the fence had become part of me, a twisted extension of pain and metal. The dizziness hit harder now, and I felt the panic rising in my chest. My heart pounded in my ears, each beat a painful reminder of just how real this was. I couldn't think straight, but I knew I had to get help. I tried to scream, but the sound was weak and strangled. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice. A friend's voice. He was talking to me, trying to get my attention. I could barely focus, but I heard the panic in his voice as he told me to hang on. He had found me. My mind was too foggy to make sense of it, but I recognized his voice. He said something about getting me out of there. My friend, his girlfriend, and the girl I was supposed to meet were all there, probably having tracked me down after I'd gone off the rails. I don't remember much after that. I remember my friend trying to help me over the fence, but as soon as I moved, the pain in my arm flared up, and I couldn't even scream. I could only think about the sharp, unbearable pain radiating from where the fence had impaled me. I tried to lift my arm, but I couldn't. It was like my body didn't belong to me anymore. My head spun in circles, and my vision blurred again. The next thing I knew, I was being rushed to the ER. The ride felt like an eternity. My friends had me in the car, and I could barely keep my eyes open. I wanted to pass out, but the pain kept me awake, kept me from slipping into the darkness. I couldn't stop thinking about my boys, my 2 sons. They were only 7 and 8 years old, and the thought of them being left without a father terrified me. I had done some stupid shit in my life, but nothing scared me more than the idea of not being there for them. What if I didn't make it through the night? What if I was gone, and they were left to grow up without me? I wasn't scared for myself, but for them. The thought of them being hurt by my actions, by my carelessness, it tore me apart. Every time I felt myself slipping into unconsciousness, I forced myself back awake. The voices of my friends talking to me, trying to keep me alert, echoed in my mind. I wanted to hold on. I wanted to make it. The ER was chaotic when we arrived, but they rushed me in. I don't remember much about the doctors working on me, but I remember the pain. I remember them trying to remove the fence post from my arm. They had to clean the wound first, and I swear I could feel every second of it. I passed out twice from the pain, and the third time I went unconscious, I didn't know if I would wake up. I could hear the doctors talking, but it sounded muffled, like I was underwater. When I finally came to, I was in a hospital bed. The pain was still there, a dull throb in my arm. I looked down and saw the bandages wrapped around my arm, and the first thing that crossed my mind was that I was still alive. I had made it, but I had no idea how much blood I had lost. The doctors told me I was lucky to be alive, that if it hadn't been for the quick thinking of my friends, especially the tourniquet they'd applied, I might not have made it. 3 bags of blood. That's what it took to keep me alive. I still can't wrap my head around how close I came to losing everything. My life, my kids, my friends, everything. And it was all because I couldn't control myself. The alcohol had clouded my judgment, and I had put myself in a situation where I could have easily died. I spent a few days in the hospital, trying to recover. My ex-girlfriend stayed with me through it all, even though I knew she had every right to walk away. She didn't have to stay, but she did. I'll always be grateful for that. She helped me more than anyone could ever understand. It was a wake-up call, a harsh one. I realized just how much I had been drowning myself in alcohol, how much I had been avoiding life. I didn't care about myself, but I cared about my boys. I cared about being there for them. I had to get my shit together. I've been trying to cut back ever since, trying to work on myself. It hasn't been easy. There are days when I just want to grab a bottle and forget everything, but I know I can't do that. I can't afford to let myself fall back into that hole. I've got to do better for my kids, for the people who care about me. I'm not perfect. I still struggle with it, but I've come a long way. I'm hoping to quit completely by the end of the year. I don't know if I'll get there, but I've got to try. As for the scar on my arm, it's a reminder of how close I came to losing everything. It's a reminder that sometimes things can go wrong in the blink of an eye, but it's also a reminder that I'm still here. I survived, and now I'm doing everything I can to make sure I don't waste the second chance I've been given. No one told me this would be easy, but I'm trying, and that's all I can do. I was 15 years old when it happened. It was just a regular day, the kind where nothing special is going on, but for some reason, it stays stuck in your head forever. I remember it was a little cloudy outside, not stormy, just kind of gray and still. My mom was out running errands, and I had the house to myself for a couple hours. It wasn't a huge house, just a 2-story place with a kitchen and living room downstairs, and the bedrooms upstairs. The kind of house that creaked sometimes when no one was moving, and if you were alone, the creaks seemed louder. But I was used to that. I was downstairs, just chilling on the couch with my phone, scrolling through stuff, maybe watching YouTube or something. I had a snack on the table and a blanket over my legs. The TV was on low, some random show playing just to have some background noise. It wasn't even something I was really watching. It was just there to fill the silence. I remember feeling completely relaxed, like nothing was off. I didn't even have the usual weird alone at home nerves I sometimes got when it got too quiet. At some point, I needed to go to the bathroom. The one downstairs was being remodeled, so I had to use the one upstairs, which was in the hallway between my bedroom and my mom's room. I grabbed my phone, got up from the couch, and walked toward the stairs. To get to them, I had to pass the front door. It was one of those doors with a half-glass panel, the kind that's frosted so you can't see clearly through it, but if someone's standing there, you can make out the shape. There was also a small window next to it with a blind that was down. As I passed the door and was just about to step onto the first stair, there was a knock. Not a soft tap. Not the kind where someone's dropping off a package and just giving a courtesy knock. It was 4 loud knocks, spaced out, firm, deliberate. I froze mid-step. When you're home alone and someone knocks on the door, your brain kind of splits. One part of you says it's probably nothing. A delivery. Someone lost. Maybe even a neighbor. But the other part, that quiet, primal voice that doesn't speak much, tells you not to move. That voice was screaming. I slowly backed away from the stairs and crouched down in the corner between the door and the base of the stairs, just low enough to be out of sight from the window. I kept my phone tight in my hand and waited. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Not fast, not yet. Just hard. Every beat thudded like I had a speaker inside me. I waited there for maybe a minute, maybe 2. I didn't hear anything after those knocks. No footsteps. No talking. Just silence. I held my breath and listened. Still nothing. Eventually, I started to think the person had left. That maybe it really was just someone dropping off a flyer or knocking on the wrong door. I slowly let out my breath and started to shift my weight, getting ready to stand up. That's when I heard it, the sound of the back door opening. I cannot describe how that hit me. I didn't think. I didn't try to be quiet. I just bolted. My feet hit the stairs so hard I slipped on the second one and caught myself with the railing, skinning the side of my hand. I barely noticed. I ran up the stairs, took a sharp turn into my room, and slammed the door shut behind me. I locked it instantly and then pushed my desk chair under the doorknob. It wouldn't stop someone from forcing it, but it made me feel like I was doing something. I backed away from the door and crouched down beside my bed, wedging myself in the space between the wall and the mattress. I pulled my knees up to my chest, held my phone with both hands, and texted my mom with shaking fingers. "Someone is here." Then I texted my grandma. She lived literally a minute away, same street, just down the block. My fingers were stumbling, hitting the wrong letters, trying to go fast. I called her right after sending the text. No answer. I called again, and this time she picked up. I told her someone was in the house, and I needed her to come right now. I didn't even let her ask questions. I hung up and called 911. That part is a blur. I just remember telling the operator that someone broke in, that I was hiding in my room upstairs, and that I needed help. She told me to stay on the line, and I did, phone pressed against my ear like a lifeline. Then I heard footsteps. Not creaks. Not the house settling. Actual footsteps. Slow, heavy, one after the other, moving across the downstairs floor. I clamped my hand over my mouth and sat frozen. I could hear the movement, faint but real. The front door closed. I don't know when he shut it, but I heard it. Then the footsteps came to the stairs. Every step sounded louder, more deliberate. He wasn't rushing, wasn't shouting, just walking. I could hear him move around upstairs. I knew the layout, my mom's room, the bathroom, the guest room. My door was the last one at the end of the hallway. I could hear him trying the doors, maybe looking into rooms. Then he reached mine. The knob jiggled. I almost threw up. He tried to open it once, twice, then harder. The door didn't open, but the sound of the metal knob turning and rattling was louder than I thought it could be. I held still, curled up as tight as I could. I didn't make a sound. I didn't cry. I didn't breathe. Then he stopped. For a long time, I didn't hear anything, not even footsteps. It was like he was standing there, right outside the door, listening. I didn't dare move. Then I heard footsteps again, this time going back down the stairs. I stayed frozen. I didn't know if he had actually left or if he was waiting. My brain kept throwing thoughts at me. What if he was trying to trick me? What if he was watching from outside now? What if he went to another room to wait? I stayed hidden. Minutes passed. I don't know how many. It felt like an hour, maybe more, but it was probably 10 minutes. Then I heard someone calling out, real voices. Not him. It was my grandma. She had pulled up outside and come straight in through the front door. I could hear her calling my name, saying she was there. I still didn't move right away. I needed to know it wasn't a trick. Then I heard another voice, deeper, calm, controlled, police. I got up, slowly unlocked the door, and peeked out. There were 2 cops in the hallway with my grandma behind them. She looked pale and scared, but she looked relieved when she saw me. They had already found him. Turns out, he hadn't gone far. He tried to sneak out the back again, but was spotted by a neighbor across the fence who was out in their yard. They saw him climbing out and flagged the police down as they arrived. They caught him near the alley behind the house. He didn't have any weapons on him, but he did have gloves and a pocket knife. He claimed he thought it was his cousin's house, but he couldn't say the cousin's name. They said he was probably trying to burglarize the place, thinking no one was home. The cops were calm, professional. They asked me questions. I tried to answer, but I was still shaking. I don't even remember what I told them exactly. My mom showed up a few minutes later, looking like she had just seen a ghost. She grabbed me and didn't let go for a long time. They put the guy in the back of the police car and took him away. Later, I found out he'd been knocking on other doors that day too, trying to see who was home and who wasn't. What hit me the hardest wasn't what happened to me, though. It was the thought that if he hadn't picked my house, if he'd gone just one door down, he might have gone after my neighbors. They had an 11-year-old girl who was home alone that day too. I'd seen her outside earlier that week, playing in the driveway with chalk. Sweet kid, quiet. If he'd gone there instead of my house, I don't like to think about that. For days after, I couldn't sleep without checking every door and window in the house twice, sometimes 3 times. I kept locking and unlocking my bedroom door just to make sure it still worked. I didn't want to be alone anymore. My mom understood. She let me keep the TV on at night and moved a chair under my door like I had that day. Eventually, the fear faded, but it left something behind. Not panic, just awareness. The kind of awareness that makes you notice when someone walks behind you. That makes you check your back door, even when you know you already locked it. I don't talk about it much, but when I do, I tell people this. I'm not glad it happened. I wouldn't wish that fear on anyone, but I'm glad it was me, not someone younger. Not someone who wouldn't have known what to do. And I'm thankful for my grandma who didn't hesitate, for the neighbor who noticed, for the cops who showed up fast. Because even if nothing happened in the end, and no one got hurt, it could have gone a very different way. And I'll never forget how close it came. I was working as a bartender at a small restaurant back in 2007, barely scraping by. I was stuck in a rut. My personal life was a mess. I felt like everything was spiraling out of control. Every night after work, I would sit at the bar, staring into my glass, trying to drink away the frustration. The regulars, mostly customers who had become somewhat friendly over time, were my only real connection to the outside world. One night, as I was wiping down the counter after the last few customers had left, a regular named Tom pulled up a stool next to me. He had been coming in for years, a quiet, steady guy who seemed like he had his life together. But tonight, he looked at me with concern in his eyes. "You look like you're carrying the world on your shoulders," he said, pouring a bit of whiskey into his glass. I let out a small chuckle, more out of exhaustion than amusement. "Yeah, well, life's been pretty heavy lately. A lot of shit going wrong." Tom, always the listener, nodded slowly. He didn't press me for details, but he had a way of making you feel comfortable enough to open up. We talked for a while about my struggles. I told him about the shitty breakup, the stress at work, and how I felt like I was stuck in this never-ending loop of bad luck. It felt good to get it off my chest, but I knew that nothing would change. I had tried everything, or at least I thought I had. Then, in the middle of the conversation, Tom said something that caught me off guard. "You ever thought about seeing a psychic?" he asked, his eyes serious. I stared at him, not sure if he was joking, but his face remained unchanged. "A psychic? What, like one of those people who read your palm or whatever?" He nodded. "Yeah, something like that. But not the cheesy kind, you know? This woman I know is legit. She helped me with some stuff a while back. I think she could give you some insight on what you're going through." I laughed nervously. The idea seemed ridiculous. Psychics were for people who wanted answers without having to work for them. I wasn't one of those people. But Tom's genuine sincerity kept me from brushing it off completely. After a few more drinks, I thanked him, paid my tab, and left the bar, my mind still swirling with doubt. For the next couple of weeks, I couldn't shake the thought. I mean, sure, things were rough, but was I really going to let some stranger tell me how to live my life? I was skeptical, but there was a part of me that wondered, what if? What if there was something to it? I couldn't explain why, but I felt this pull to do it, to take the leap and see what she had to say. Maybe I was just desperate for any kind of hope. So, I called the number Tom gave me. A woman named Janice answered. Her voice was calm, soothing even. We talked for a few minutes, and she said something strange right off the bat. "I don't do phone readings. If you want to see me, you'll have to come to my place." I didn't question it. If I was going to go through with this, I figured it would be better to do it in person. The idea of having someone talk to me through the phone seemed too impersonal. So I agreed, and she gave me directions to her apartment. She didn't sound like the type of person who would lie, and the more I thought about it, the more I figured I could spare a little time and money to see what happened. The day of the reading, I found myself walking through the streets of the city, heading toward the address she had given me. I didn't know what to expect. Part of me was terrified, the other part was almost intrigued. The closer I got, the more nervous I became. Janice lived in an old building, the kind of place where you could tell the walls had seen better days. I walked up to the second floor, my heart beating in my chest with every step. It was a far cry from the clean, bright buildings I was used to. The smell of stale air lingered in the hallway. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I knocked on the door. The sound echoed down the narrow corridor. A few seconds passed before the door creaked open. An older woman greeted me with a warm smile. She was much older than I expected, probably in her 60s, but there was something calming about her presence. She invited me in and told me to wait in the living room. The apartment was small and cluttered, but it had a cozy, lived-in feel. There was no sign of tarot cards or crystal balls. Nothing that screamed psychic in the way you'd expect from the movies. Instead, she had a simple living room with a couch, a few plants, and a small bookshelf. A painting of a sunset hung on the wall, adding to the peaceful atmosphere. It was a far cry from what I had imagined. After a few minutes, Janice called me into the kitchen. She asked me to sit at the dining table, which was oddly bare. No candles, no incense, just a notebook and a pen. I felt my skepticism creeping back in. This didn't feel right. If she was really a psychic, why wasn't she doing anything remotely mystical? Janice sat across from me, folding her hands on the table. She asked for my full name, which I gave her without thinking. She scribbled it down in her notebook, and then began muttering softly to herself. I didn't understand what she was saying, but it didn't seem important at the time. I sat there waiting, feeling awkward. This was just a waste of time, I thought. Maybe I should have just gone home. Then something happened that completely shattered my skepticism. Janice's voice changed. It wasn't like she was trying to put on a different tone. It wasn't an act. Her voice dropped to a lower register, almost unrecognizable. It wasn't hers anymore. It sounded like a man's voice. It wasn't a voice she was forcing, either. It was like someone else had taken over her body. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My mind raced. What was going on? What the hell was happening? The man's voice, deep, gravelly, and unmistakably not hers, spoke to me in a tone that sent chills down my spine. You've been through a lot, haven't you? But I see you're still here. You've survived so far. But you're not out of the woods yet. I couldn't respond. I didn't even know what to say. It felt like my body was paralyzed, my mind locked in place. I just had to sit there and listen. The voice continued, predicting things that I didn't want to hear. It told me things about my life, about my family, things no one else could possibly know. It spoke about my sister, telling me she was going to die from an overdose. I shook my head in disbelief, thinking this was just some wild guess. My sister was fine, in good health. There was no way that could happen. Then it mentioned another family member, someone close to me, someone who would take their own life. I couldn't breathe. That hit too close to home. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a wave of coldness wash over me. How could this person know these things? The voice didn't stop there. It warned me about myself, about the dark thoughts I had been having. It told me to never give in to them, to never take my own life. It said, "You don't want to end up in there with them." I didn't know what it meant, but the words cut deep, and the feeling of dread that settled in my stomach didn't leave. For what felt like hours, I sat there, listening to the voice as it spoke of the future. Things that haven't happened yet, and things that already had. Some of the predictions were vague, but others were so specific, so personal, that I felt like I was drowning in the realization that maybe this wasn't just some coincidence. Eventually, the voice faded, and Janice returned to normal. Her eyes blinked, and she looked at me, as though nothing had happened. Her voice was soft again, calm. She asked if I was okay, but I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. My thoughts were racing. I paid her the $30 she had asked for, though I felt like I had just gone through a terrible experience, not a simple reading. I thanked her, but my mind was already reeling. I walked out of her apartment, feeling like my feet weren't even touching the ground. The streets felt unfamiliar, cold. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened that I couldn't explain. Over the next few years, I couldn't forget what she had said. My sister died of an overdose, just as she had predicted. And then, another family member took their own life, just as the voice had told me. It felt like everything was happening exactly as she had said it would. I don't know if Janice was truly a psychic, or if it was just an incredible coincidence. But to this day, I can't shake the feeling that there was something real about that experience. Maybe we'll never know why she was able to say those things, but I'll never forget the terror I felt sitting in that kitchen, unable to move, listening to a voice that wasn't hers. I never went back to her apartment, and I've never looked for another psychic again. That experience changed something inside me, something I can't quite explain, and I don't ever want to. Some things are better left unexplored. It was about 10 years ago, but I still think about that day, especially when the weather is bad or when I'm near water. My husband talked me and my family into going tubing down a creek. I'd never been before, but he swore it would be a fun, relaxing trip. He'd gone as a kid, and I could tell he was excited to share the experience with all of us. He promised it would be just like floating down a lazy river, the kind where you barely have to do anything but sit back, relax, and enjoy the view. He said the creek was shallow, and it was just an hour of floating before we'd get off and be back at the parking lot. How hard could it be? We all agreed to go, thinking it would be a fun, carefree day. My husband seemed so certain that everything would go smoothly, and he even convinced my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and the kids to join in. At the time, it felt like just another family outing, nothing special, nothing to worry about. But looking back, it was one of those moments where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. It had been raining for days up in the mountains. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, it was July, and we were going to be in a creek, not a raging river. But as we drove up to the drop-off point, I could see that the creek was much higher than it should have been. The water was moving fast, and I could already see the foam from the rapids farther downstream. But my husband assured us it was fine. He'd done this as a kid, right? What could go wrong? We all piled into a bus, and I tried to push away the unease I was feeling. The bus ride to the drop-off point was quick, but every bump and twist of the road made me feel like I should have been paying more attention. We were dropped off at the creek's edge with our tubes, and I felt the rush of cold air as we stepped onto the muddy shore. The water was freezing, like ice cold, much colder than I expected, especially for July. But we had no choice but to get in. My husband was already pushing his tube into the water, and the rest of us followed suit, hesitantly at first. I settled onto my inner tube, gripping the rope attached to it, and I could already feel the coldness of the water creeping up my legs. I tried to ignore it, figuring that once we got going, the cold would become bearable. My husband was ahead of me, leading the way, and everyone else started to follow, paddling gently with their hands to steer their tubes. I remember feeling a sense of calm for a second, thinking that maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. But that calm didn't last long. Within minutes, we hit the first set of rapids. The water turned from slow-moving to choppy in an instant, and my tube started spinning wildly. I tried to steady myself, but the current was strong, and I was suddenly being pulled downriver. I had no control. My heart pounded as I gripped the sides of my tube, hoping I wouldn't flip over. But before I could do anything, I was flipped backward, my tube tossing me like a rag doll. The icy water rushed into my face, and I was immediately swallowed up by the current. I had trained as a swimmer, and I thought I'd be fine. I was wearing a life jacket, and I knew how to float and swim in rough waters. But in that moment, the cold water felt like it was trying to drag me under. My legs were numb, my arms were stiff, and the current was relentless. I kicked as hard as I could, trying to stay above the surface, but it felt like the water was pulling me down at every turn. I couldn't breathe. The shock of the cold made it harder to move, and all I could think about was how much deeper the water was than it looked from the shore. I couldn't see anyone else, and for a moment, I was sure I was going to drown. My fingers fumbled for the rope of the tube, and I finally caught hold of it. The cold air burned my lungs, and I tried to keep my head above water as I pulled myself back onto the tube. Every muscle in my body was sore from fighting the current, but I managed to sit up, gasping for breath. My heart was racing, and I could feel the fear creeping in, but I didn't have time to panic. I had to keep going. The water calmed for a minute, but the anxiety never left. I looked around for my family, hoping they were doing okay, but I couldn't see anyone. I pushed forward, paddling a little to keep myself from getting caught in the next set of rapids. Then, not 5 minutes later, I heard my aunt scream. I whipped my head around and saw her struggling in the water. She had flipped out of her tube, and she was clinging to a rock. I could see her face twisted in pain. She had hit something hard when she fell, and when she finally managed to climb back onto her tube, she was clutching her lower back. She couldn't move properly, and I could tell she was in serious pain. I tried to call out to her, but the roar of the water drowned out everything. My heart was pounding again, and I pushed forward, trying to get closer to her. But before I could reach her, I was sucked into a whirlpool. It wasn't the kind of thing you see in movies, spinning in slow motion. It was fast, too fast. 1 second, I was trying to steer around some rocks, and the next I was pulled into a powerful current that sucked me under. My life jacket kept me afloat, but it was hard to keep hold of my tube, and the water was so violent, I couldn't get any traction. I fought against it, but I was spinning and spinning, disoriented, trying to keep my head above water. Suddenly, I felt someone grab me, pulling me back toward the surface. My husband's face appeared in front of me, his hand outstretched. He was struggling too, his face strained with effort. But he pulled me close, and I reached out, grabbing onto him. His arm shot out, and he yanked me toward him, trying to pull us both to safety. But in the process, something went wrong. I heard a sickening crack, and he cried out in pain. His shoulder had popped out of its socket. He couldn't hold on to me anymore, and I was left floating in the current. My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just leave him behind, but I couldn't help him either. I kept drifting downstream, helpless. It felt like hours, though I know it was only a few minutes, before I finally saw my cousin's face. He had somehow avoided the worst of the rapids, but when he saw me, he came over. He was breathing heavily, his eyes wide with panic. He had just gone down a waterfall, a 10-foot drop, and the water had held him under. He thought he was going to drown, but he managed to keep calm, walking along the creek's floor until he got out. He told me not to go down that way. He said it was too dangerous, and I had to find a way to get to the other side before it was too late. I was shaking now, both from the cold and from the fear. I wanted to get out of the water, but I couldn't figure out how. The drop-off point was ahead, but it seemed so far away, and the current was pulling me in the opposite direction. The creek seemed endless, and every part of me just wanted to get out and get dry. I reached a bend in the creek, and by then, I had already been in the water far longer than I had expected. The drop-off point was visible now, but I was too far from it. I tried paddling toward it, but the current kept pulling me sideways. I was about to give up when someone yelled from the shore. "It's shallow. You can reach the ground there." I didn't hesitate. I hopped off my tube, and my feet hit the creek bed. The water was still cold, but I was able to wade through it, inching toward the shore. When I reached the edge, I collapsed onto the bank, my whole body trembling. My fingers and face were blue from the cold, and I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. But I was out of the water. Safe. I didn't even realize how much I had been holding in until I started to breathe again, fully. It was over. I was done. I hadn't drowned, though I'd come close. The others slowly made their way to the shore too, each of us exhausted, shaken, and wet, but we were all alive. It was the longest, most terrifying trip I'd ever been on, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something much worse. We stayed at the drop-off for a while, waiting for everyone to regroup, but I couldn't stop thinking about the cold water, the whirlpools, and the sound of the rapids roaring all around us. It had been a simple tubing trip, nothing more than that, but I learned that day how quickly a fun idea can turn into a nightmare. And even now, years later, when I think about that day, I still feel the chill of the water on my skin, the panic rising in my chest, and the relief that came when I finally got out. I don't think I'll ever forget it, and I don't think I'll ever go tubing again. The sun was starting to dip low in the sky, casting that warm, orange hue across the landscape as I cruised down Interstate 95 in South Carolina. My motorcycle hummed steadily beneath me, a comforting sound in the quiet hum of the open road. The wind was cool, but not cold, perfect for a ride. I was on my way back home after a trip, the kind where you spend more time thinking than talking. I was alone, just me, the bike, and the road, which is exactly how I liked it. I was in the right lane, about 75 feet behind a trio of cars. The two in the left lane were passing a slower car in the right lane ahead of them. It was one of those moments where everything felt like it was moving at its own pace, like time was stretched thin. I could see the rear lights of the cars ahead of me, hear the occasional rumble of their engines, feel the vibration of my bike's tires on the asphalt. Everything was fine. Too fine, in fact. I was just coasting, lost in the rhythm of the ride, when I saw the second car in the left lane lurch. It jerked right, then left, as though the driver was fighting with the wheel. My heart skipped a beat. At first, I thought it was just bad driving. Maybe the driver was trying to switch lanes too quickly, or had been caught off guard by something. But then, I realized it was more than that. The car started veering harder, swerving violently. It hit the car it was trying to pass, and I could see the sparks fly as the two cars scraped against each other. My breath caught in my chest as the car continued to lose control. It veered hard into the guardrail on the right, and with an awful screeching sound, it bounced back to the left, heading straight for the opposite lanes of traffic. I watched in horror, my hands tightening on the handlebars as the car began to flip. It was as though time itself slowed down for that moment. The car hit the guardrail again, sending chunks of metal flying into the air. One piece, large and jagged, came directly at me. I saw it a split second before it flew toward me, like a missile aimed right at my chest. I could only brace for impact, but I didn't have much time to react. The piece of metal flew just 6 feet in front of me. I could feel the rush of air as it passed. My heart pounded in my chest. I swerved instinctively, but then another piece came from the car, shredding through the air. It missed my head by mere inches, the sound of it slicing through the air louder than anything else. The wind from the passing debris knocked me off balance, and for a second, I was sure I was going to go down. Somehow, I kept my bike upright, leaning into the swerve to regain control. My leather jacket, thick and well-worn, fluttered with the force of the wind, and it wasn't until I passed through the mess of debris that I felt the first real jolt of fear. I pulled my bike to the side of the road, just about 75 yards ahead, my heart still racing. I jumped off the bike, my legs a bit shaky, and stood there for a second, trying to take in what had just happened. The wrecked car was a twisted mess of metal and broken glass. A few other drivers had pulled over too, and I could see the chaos in the air. The smoke, the debris scattered across both sides of the road. There was no one yet rushing to help, but I couldn't help but think, this could have been me. I walked to the side of the road, trying to shake the feeling of unease crawling up my spine. I looked down at myself, checking over my bike, making sure I was okay. Then I noticed it. My jacket. The shoulder area on my left side was shredded. My mind couldn't quite comprehend it at first. I didn't feel a thing. How had I not noticed the debris that came so close? My jacket, my thick, sturdy leather jacket, was torn about 5 inches from the corner of my shoulder all the way across to the middle. The shoulder was almost completely gone, and I could see the ragged edges where it had been sliced by the flying piece of metal. It hit me then, in a rush. I could have been dead, or worse. I took off the jacket slowly, inspecting it with disbelief. I didn't know what to feel at that moment. There was no pain, no scratch on my body, but I had been so close. Too close. That piece of metal, it had been inches from my face. My mind couldn't stop replaying the moment, seeing that piece of the car flying in front of me, and then the other one missing my head. I kept thinking, if I'd swerved differently, if I had been a second later. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the torn jacket in my hands, unable to really make sense of it all. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The road was still and quiet now, save for the occasional car passing in the opposite direction. I had to move. I couldn't just stand there and let this moment consume me. I had to do something. I wasn't sure if I should get back on my bike and keep riding, or stay and help. I looked back toward the crash site. People were slowly starting to get out of their cars, but there wasn't much I could do. The scene was already chaotic enough. My first instinct was to keep moving, to get away from the mess and the terror of what had just happened. I wasn't a doctor, and there were already people on the scene who had seen this kind of thing before. I took one last glance at the wreckage, at the twisted hulk of metal and glass. Then I mounted my bike again, slipping my arms into the sleeves of the jacket, feeling the cool air on my skin. It was a strange feeling, knowing how close I had come to losing everything, yet I couldn't let it stop me. I had to keep going, had to keep riding. As I pulled back onto the road, I glanced in my mirrors, seeing the chaos behind me fade into the distance. But I knew I wouldn't forget it, not for a long time. The image of that woman's face as her car flipped, her eyes wide in terror, was burned into my memory. I kept seeing it over and over again, like a haunting. I knew it was real, that it wasn't some bad dream. It was a reminder of how fragile everything really is. I rode on, the engine roaring beneath me, but the noise didn't drown out the thoughts running through my head. I had come so close, and for a while, it felt like I was riding through a fog of disbelief. But the road stretched ahead, and I kept going. Eventually, the adrenaline wore off, and the terror faded into the background. The sun was fully gone now, and the stars were beginning to emerge. I felt the cool night air against my face, and it was calming. I had made it through, and for now, that was enough. I don't think you can ever really forget something like that. The memory of how it all happened, how I was right there in the thick of it, will always stay with me. I'll never forget the terror, the sound of metal scraping against metal, and that woman's face as she flipped through the air. It was a reminder of how fast everything can change, and how quickly life can be torn apart in an instant. But for now, I kept riding, knowing that life had handed me a second chance, one I wouldn't take for granted. It was an early fall afternoon when it happened. I remember because the leaves had started to change, just slightly. There was a breeze, and the sun was sitting low enough to cast long shadows across the parking lot outside the depot. I had parked my bus at the far edge of the loop, where we usually took our breaks between routes. I had maybe 20 minutes before I needed to head back out. I had my newspaper folded in half, resting it against the wheel like I always did, and I had the front doors propped open to let the air move through the cabin. It was a habit. Some drivers like the quiet with everything sealed up. Not me. I liked the sounds outside. The birds, distant traffic, the rustle of leaves. Something about it made me feel a little less boxed in. The first thing I noticed was the man. He came up the steps with a bit of a stumble. Not physically, just the way his shoulders slumped, and his eyes looked past everything like he wasn't really seeing it. He had 2 kids with him, little boys, both probably under 6. The kind that have endless energy and no sense of caution. I've been driving for years, and you learn to spot the ones that'll give you trouble before the doors even shut. These 2 were bouncing on their toes, tugging at the man's sleeves, pointing at everything. The younger one had a coat tied around his waist and untied laces. The older one had a smudge of something, maybe chocolate or mud, right across his cheek. The man didn't say anything. He just shuffled them inside and waved absently, more out of habit than intention. I gave a nod and kept reading. It wasn't my route yet. They were allowed to board and wait if they wanted. Sometimes people just needed somewhere quiet to sit for a bit. I figured maybe he just needed a breather. I kept half an eye on them, mostly out of instinct. The boys ran up and down the aisle once or twice before settling in the back. They were jabbering away to each other. The man sat halfway down, staring at the floor like he wasn't sure how he'd ended up there. He kept rubbing his hands together and letting them rest between his knees. I remember thinking he looked hollowed out, like someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks. 5, maybe 6 minutes went by. I finished the section I was reading, folded up the newspaper, and slid it onto the dash. I checked the clock. It was time. I stretched my arms out, rolled my shoulders, and reached down to start the engine. The hum filled the cabin like it always did, familiar grounding. I took a second to let it idle, then reached for the lever to close the front doors. They hissed shut with that familiar clunk. I checked my mirrors. Everything looked normal. I released the parking brake, shifted into drive, and had my hand halfway to the wheel when something didn't feel right. You know that pause, that sense that something's off, but you don't know what it is yet. It came over me like a wave. I scanned the aisle in the mirror again, doing a count out of habit. 1, 2, but there was only one kid. I looked again. Still only one. The older one, with the smudge on his cheek, was sprawled across the seat, legs sticking into the aisle. I leaned forward, squinting through the mirror, trying to catch sight of the other one. Nothing. I stood up and turned back. The man was already halfway into the aisle, looking around in a slow, disoriented way like he hadn't registered the kid was missing until just then. I didn't ask anything. I didn't have to. The look in his eyes said enough. I put the bus back in park, pulled the emergency brake, stood, and walked to the front. I flipped open the side window and stuck my head out. The air felt cooler now, and the sounds of the street beyond the depot came back to me all at once. Cars, a dog barking far off, some laughter maybe. Then I looked down. At first I didn't see him. The angle of the bus, the way it was parked slightly askew in the loop, meant the front wheel was turned outwards, exposed. And there, tucked between the wheel and the curb, in the little hollow of space between rubber and concrete, was the kid. He was sitting, just sitting there, cross-legged, right in front of the tire. His little knees were spread open, and he was leaning forward, one hand resting on the rubber, the other picking at the treads like they were the most fascinating thing in the world. Dirt smeared across his hands, and I could see a little thread of drool trailing from his lip. He was humming something, I think. I couldn't hear it properly over the engine. My stomach dropped. I don't mean in a poetic way. I mean it actually turned over in my gut, like I'd gone over a steep hill too fast. I didn't move right away. My brain just locked up. I looked at him, then at the wheel, then back at him. I realized how close I'd come to pressing the accelerator, to pulling away like I always did, that if I hadn't counted heads in the mirror, or if he'd shifted even a few inches forward, he would have been directly under the tire. And I never would have seen him. He was too small, too low, too still. I opened the door again, stepped out slowly. I didn't say a word, just crouched beside the wheel, heart thudding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I reached out, careful, like he might vanish if I moved too fast. My hand touched his shoulder. He looked up, confused, blinking like he hadn't realized he'd done anything wrong. I motioned for him to come with me. He smiled. I walked him back into the bus, holding his hand tighter than I probably should have. The man was still standing in the aisle, looking pale. He grabbed his son the second he was close enough, hugging him like he hadn't seen him in months. The kid wriggled but didn't complain. I sat back in my seat, hands on the wheel, but I couldn't start the engine again. Not for a while. I just sat there, staring straight ahead, letting the weight of what almost happened settle into my bones. Eventually, I drove the route, got the man and his kids to wherever they needed to go. But the rest of that drive was a blur. I can't remember a single stop I made or the faces of anyone who got on after that. It was like I was on autopilot. My head was stuck in that one moment, the kid's little fingers tracing the grooves in the tire, the way he was perfectly still, perfectly silent, and how close I came to running him over without even realizing he was there. That night, I went home, poured myself a drink, and sat in the dark. Didn't even turn on the TV. I just stared at the wall, thinking about how many times I'd gone through that exact routine. Newspaper, start engine, close door, drive off, without anything happening. I thought about how fast it could have gone wrong. How easy it would have been to never know what had happened until I heard the thud. Until it was too late. And what would I have done? How do you live with something like that? I told my supervisor the next day. Filled out a report. They had me see someone after that. Standard protocol. I sat through the sessions, nodded, said all the right things. But they didn't fix the memory. They didn't erase the moment. Because it still comes back to me. Sometimes when I'm trying to sleep. Sometimes when I see a kid dart too close to the edge of a sidewalk. Sometimes when I hear the squeal of tires and that half-second pause before a scream. That little boy had no idea how close he came. None. He was just curious. Just sitting there, playing with a tire, thinking it was a toy. And I was inches from killing him. The image is burned into me. His legs, splayed out in front of the tire. His fingers moving through the treads. That tiny hum in his throat. I didn't quit driving. I couldn't afford to. But I changed. I changed everything. I started doing walkarounds before I moved the bus. Every time. Doesn't matter if I'm just idling or if I've only been stopped a second. I check. I count every single head twice. I make eye contact with every kid. I don't trust mirrors anymore. I trust my own eyes, my own steps, my own hands. Because I've seen what almost happened. And I never want to come that close again. Maybe that's the worst part. It didn't happen. Nothing happened. But the memory of what almost did, it sticks. It lingers. It scratches at the edges of everything I do. I don't think it'll ever go away. And maybe that's how it should be. It was the middle of my junior year in high school, and something about that day felt different right from the start. I don't know if it was the way the weather seemed to shift just before the school bell rang, or maybe it was the fact that I couldn't shake this feeling in the pit of my stomach, but I had a strange sense of unease as I walked into the school. It wasn't the first time I'd felt jittery in that building. High school was a place full of 100 different types of pressure, but this was something else. Maybe it was because of how odd my day had been so far. Or maybe it was just the chocolate-covered peanuts I had stashed in my locker, the ones I kept snacking on through the day to calm myself. That's how my day started, nibbling on peanuts while trying to ignore the noise and chaos around me. By the time lunch rolled around, I was already well into the snack, but I didn't think much of it. I sat in front of the trophy cases, like I usually did, right by the hallway that everyone called Yorktown Hall. Yorktown Hall was named that way because, as part of our school spirit, each hallway had an American-themed name, and our mascot was the Patriots. Yorktown Hall was a little quieter compared to the others, probably because the counselors' offices lined up along that stretch. It was peaceful, just the right place to sit, have lunch, and not deal with the loud crowd in the cafeteria. I didn't think much of it as I munched on my peanuts, staring at the trophies and trying to tune out the chatter. The gym wasn't far from where I sat, and soon enough, teachers started ushering us in that direction. It wasn't clear why at first. No one had given any real instructions. We were just told to head to the gym. There was a sort of hurried, almost panicked energy in the air, but no one was talking about it. The teachers had that look on their faces, serious, but trying not to show too much fear. But fear, real fear, has a way of bleeding through no matter how hard you try to hide it. And there was definitely something weird in the air that day. I grabbed my lunchbox and followed the crowd. The gym doors were propped open, and as I walked in, I noticed the teachers directing us to sit in the bleachers. The usual chatter you hear during lunch? Gone. It was replaced by a strange kind of silence, the kind that only happens when a lot of people know something you don't. No one dared to talk, not even the loud ones who usually fill the space with jokes and laughter. The atmosphere was thick, heavy, like we were all waiting for something that hadn't happened yet. The teachers told us to turn off our phones, and we did so without question. For a brief moment, I wondered if it was some sort of drill. It didn't feel like a regular fire drill, but maybe it was something like that. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. You know that feeling when something's just off, when everyone's acting strange, and you can't quite figure out why. That's how it felt. I sat there for a while, my stomach gnawing at me from hunger. I hadn't eaten since 6:30 a.m., and it was almost noon. The sound of muffled voices grew louder as more and more students were funneled into the gym, and it became harder to ignore the nervous energy in the air. Some kids were talking in hushed voices, but nobody knew what was going on, really. Not for a while, anyway. It wasn't until much later, maybe an hour or more, that we finally heard the official announcement. The principal's voice crackled over the PA, and I could tell he was trying to sound calm, but the tremor in his voice was unmistakable. There was a man. He was supposedly in one of the bathrooms just off Yorktown Hall, the same hallway where I had been sitting earlier, not more than 3 meters away from where the incident was happening. The man had made a threatening phone call. He'd said he was going to shoot up the school and had planted bombs in various bathrooms around the building. At first, I didn't understand the severity of it. A bomb threat wasn't new. We'd had a couple of those before, and nothing ever came of it. But as the seconds passed, I realized that this wasn't just some prank. This was real. I kept thinking about that hallway, Yorktown Hall. I'd been sitting there, less than 10 feet away from the bathroom where this guy had been. I'd walked past that very bathroom 100 times, and the thought of a man sitting in there, planning something horrible, sent a chill down my spine. A feeling of dread settled in my stomach, and I couldn't shake it. I'd barely noticed, but I was shaking now. The teachers were still trying to keep us calm, but they didn't have much to go on either. We sat there for hours, the clock ticking on in slow, agonizing minutes. I tried not to think about the possible consequences, the panic that might have been spreading outside, but it was impossible. The reality of the situation began to settle in. We weren't going anywhere. Not yet. By around 3 p.m., the tension was unbearable. They started funneling more students into the gym. At the time, I didn't question it, but now, looking back, I can't help but think that was one of the most bizarre things about the whole ordeal. They were ushering students into a crowded gymnasium, where we were essentially all sitting ducks. Anyone could have slipped in among us, and we would have never known. The hours dragged on. At some point, we were allowed to use the bathroom, but it was all heavily monitored. One teacher stood at the door, watching each student, making sure we didn't stray or do anything out of line. I remember looking at my watch, 4:30 p.m. We'd been sitting there since 10:30 that morning, 6 hours without any real idea of what was going on or when we could leave. My stomach growled. Someone stepped on my sandwich. I looked down to see a boot print crushed into the bread. It was pathetic, but I was too numb to even care. Finally, as the sun started to set, they let us go. But there were news crews everywhere. The parking lot was full of parents, all waiting for their kids to come out. I saw my mom's car parked along the street. I nearly ran to her, so relieved to see her that I almost knocked her over with the hug I gave her. She was shaken, too, but she held me tight, and I could feel the weight of the day's events starting to lift, just a little. We didn't talk much on the way home. I think both of us were trying to process what had happened, but we were both too exhausted to speak. Once we got home, I told her everything. How I'd been sitting there in front of the trophy case, the guy on the phone threatening to shoot us all. I told her how scared I had been, how surreal everything had felt. She listened intently, her face pale, her expression grim. Her concern was written all over her, and the way she looked at me afterward has stayed with me, even now. She was scared for me, scared for everyone there, but also thankful it hadn't gone worse. They later found out the man who had called was from Kansas. They traced the call, and after a while, he was arrested. But the damage had already been done. The school had to change its entire protocol on how it handled potential school shootings. Everything from emergency drills to how teachers and students were instructed to behave during a lockdown changed after that. For a long time after, I couldn't stop thinking about how close we had come to something truly terrible. I had been sitting right there, on the other side of that hallway, unaware of how dangerous the situation really was. That thought haunted me for weeks, and to this day, it's something I'll never forget. I live with the knowledge that something like that could happen to any of us, at any time. It's a strange world we live in, where anything can change in an instant. The worst part, that feeling of being so close, yet so unaware of the danger around you. That's something that stays with you long after the event is over. You don't ever forget how it feels to realize that life can change in a moment, and you might not even see it coming. I remember the moment the warning bell cut through the hush of the sanctuary, as if it were a scream. I was 8 years old, kneeling on the cold wooden floorboards, my small hands clutching the edge of the confession booth's opening. The air smelled of candle wax, old hymnals, and something sweeter I couldn't place, fear. I'd been here 4 years by then, hidden behind the facade of stained glass and hushed prayers, enduring things no child should ever know. That morning, the pastor's voice was low and calm, his words washing over me as I stared down at my trembling fingers. Then the fire alarm erupted, sharp, urgent, impossible to ignore. The first tremors of confusion came from the other parishioners. Muffled shouts, hurried footsteps, the scrape of chairs. I froze. The pastor's hands closed over my shoulders, firm almost like belonging, and without a word he lifted me up. His skin was hot and sweat slicked under my small palms. Outside the booth, flames had begun to lick the edges of the carved wooden arch. Orange light spilled through the windows as people fled in frenzied waves, stained glass faces fractured by dancing flames. He carried me down the aisle, the floor beneath us trembling. I heard the cracking of wood behind me, the thunder of fire forging a path forward, and my heart pounded so loud I thought the whole world would hear. In the doorway, police lights painted the night in strobing reds and blues. Officers pressed forward, crowding around the pastor and me. I felt him go still, his grip on me slackening. They grabbed him before we even passed the threshold, cold hands pinning him against the brick walls of the church's outer facade. I stumbled forward into the night air, the glow of the fire turning everything to a burning sepia. Behind me, the pastor's face twisted in a fleeting expression. No longer the gentle shepherd I'd known, but a man caught by the weight of his crimes. A uniformed hand was over his mouth, and another twisting at his wrist. He did not resist. His collar lay open, revealing the white fabric beneath his black jacket, now tainted by ash and blood. I stood on the slick pavement, small rain droplets, either from a sprinkler or early morning dew, landing on my skin, cold relief against the heat of the blaze. I watched him being marched away, head bowed, into the waiting patrol car. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the smoky haze. He glanced back at me, just once, his eyes dark and empty, and then the door slammed shut. All around me, the church burned. Tongues of flame engulfed the peaked roof, sending plumes of dark smoke spiraling into the sky. Firefighters aimed hoses at the inferno, arcs of water hissing as they met the heat, but it was too late. The ancient timbers groaned and snapped, surrendering to the flames that had been coming for this place long before anyone struck a match. The roar was deafening. Sparks drifted like angry fireflies, settling on nearby shrubs and the gravel road that led to my house, half a block away. I felt a tug at my elbow. I turned to see my mother, her face streaked with tears and soot. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the blaze, and she held my hand like she feared I might vanish if she let go. My father stood beside us, shoulders trembling, but he did not cry. Instead, he watched the church fall, righteous anger and heartbreak etched into the lines of his face. He squeezed my shoulder, a silent promise that he was there, that he would protect me. But in that moment, I felt more alone than ever. We stood there for what felt like hours, though it was probably no more than 10 minutes. The fire burned with a kind of freedom, devouring every wooden pew, every gilded cross, every relic that had once held so much power over me. I remembered the secret knocks in the back room, the dark ceremonies at night when I was told to stay quiet. I remembered the whispered words that made me feel worthless, the hands that stayed too long, the shame that settled into my chest like a stone. And now that shame was crackling in the darkness, turning to ash. When the bell in the steeple, a relic of quieter times, collapsed. The sound echoed like a death knell. The crowd of neighbors and onlookers fell silent for a heartbeat before murmuring rose again, a low hum of shock and curiosity. Someone had turned on a spotlight, illuminating the ruin. The light glinted off falling embers, casting brief glimpses of my tear-streaked face. I did not cry. My eyes were too numb, my mind too overwhelmed to feel anything beyond a distant, hollow relief. Rumors whispered through the huddled mass. They said a survivor, someone who had been hurt here long before me, had come back for justice. They said this person had set the fire in anger, to burn away the evil that had festered inside. I heard a crackling voice on a megaphone, probably a police officer, urging everyone back, telling them the building was unstable. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. I wanted to see the church burn, wanted to watch its pride go up in smoke, wanted to feel anything but the weight of those years. My parents held me close as the flames died down to glowing embers. We watched the firefighters finally get the situation under control, gasps of steam rising as water met heat. The roof collapsed inward with a final, thundering crash. The walls buckled. The stained glass windows, the ones with bright reds and blues that used to fill my eyes with beauty, shattered and melted into puddles of molten glass. The church doors, the heavy oaken things that had slammed shut on me so many times, twisted in their frames and gave way. Only the charred skeleton remained. I traced one of the blackened rafters with my gaze, recalling Sundays spent singing hymns, my small voice lost among grown-ups. Now that place was no more than a hollow carcass, a warning to anyone who thought they could hide behind faith to do terrible things. When the last ember died, smoke rising in lazy spirals toward dawn, my father reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. It was my confession slip, a slip stamped with the church's seal, that I had to hand in before entering the booth. He held it out to me. I took it quietly and let it fall into the dirt. The paper curled in on itself, brittle from the heat. My mother's tears dripped onto my cheek. She smelled like smoke and lavender. She kissed the top of my head and whispered words I couldn't make out, words of comfort, but I was too small to hold them. All I could think was, I was free now. Free of that place, free of him, free of the fear that had guided every step for 4 years. The sun rose behind us, pale gold against the gray ruin. For a moment, the three of us stood in silence, connected by grief and relief and an uncertain hope. The police tape fluttered in the morning breeze. Uniformed officers wandered through the broken doorways, taking pictures, searching for clues. But there was nothing left to find, only blackened wood and shattered glass. I took a breath. The air felt different now, cleaner, as if the fire had burned away the poison from my lungs. I wiped my hands on my jeans, dusting off ash. My legs felt shaky, but I stood. My parents flanked me, and together we stepped forward, away from the ruins, toward home. The gravel crunched under our feet. Behind us, the church lay silent, a monument to a past we would leave behind. I knew the road ahead would be hard. I didn't know how to trust, didn't know how to believe that people could be good. But I also knew that I would never let myself be trapped again. The church had burned, yes, but inside me, a small spark of something new glowed, a spark of survival, a spark that said I would grow, I would heal, and one day I would speak of this without the fear that held me mute for so long. The horizon brightened. I took my parents' hands and we walked on together, into the light of a new day. I've been swimming my whole life. From the time I could remember, I was always in the water. My mom signed me up for swim lessons before I could even walk. It was like second nature to me, like breathing. I swam through elementary school, middle school, high school, and into college. By the time I hit senior year, I was the captain of the varsity swim team, and I had earned the MVP award for 3 years running. I was fast. I was strong. I wasn't afraid of the water. If anything, the water and I were one. The pool was my sanctuary, my domain. But that day, the ocean almost took me. It was a late summer afternoon, and I was visiting a beach town about an hour away from home. The sun was hot, and the air felt salty, thick with the scent of the ocean. I had been training all week for a swim meet, so a day at the beach was a welcome break. My friend, Greg, was lifeguarding that day. We hadn't caught up in a while, so I went over to the lifeguard stand to hang out for a bit. Greg was one of those lifeguards who always had a cool, collected vibe. He had that look about him, always tan, always calm. He waved when he saw me, and we started chatting. We talked about the usual stuff: life, work, how we were getting older, and of course, swimming. After a while, Greg asked, "Hey, you want to take a quick swim out to the buoy? It's about 200 yards or so." For me, that distance was nothing. I was a competitive swimmer. I swam miles in the pool every week. I thought it would be a nice change of pace to swim in the ocean, even though I'd always been more comfortable in a pool. There was something almost freeing about the open water, even if it was unfamiliar. I said, "Sure, why not?" And we both set off toward the water. We waded into the waves, the cool water biting at my skin. The ocean was colder than I had anticipated. It wasn't freezing, but it was enough to take your breath away when you first hit it. I didn't mind, though. I'd swum in lakes, rivers, and all kinds of bodies of water, so this was just another challenge to conquer. But as soon as I began swimming, I realized that there were a few things that made the situation different from anything I'd done before. For one, I wasn't wearing goggles, so my head was above the water the whole time. That meant I couldn't get into a smooth, rhythmic stroke like I was used to. Every breath felt like it took extra effort. The ocean, too, was unpredictable. It had a way of pulling you sideways, trying to push you in different directions with every stroke. The salt water made my eyes sting, and I could feel the wind picking up. It was harder to get into my groove, and the exhaustion started creeping in faster than I expected. And then there was my asthma. It wasn't something I had to think about often, but it was there. I'd always had mild asthma, mostly triggered by exercise, especially intense physical activity. It had never been a huge issue for me, but I had noticed a few times in the past that if I pushed too hard, I'd lose my breath, get dizzy, and have to slow down. That day, as I swam out into the open ocean, I felt it creeping in. The cold water made it worse, and I struggled to keep a steady rhythm. My lungs felt tight, my chest started to ache, and every breath felt like a laborious effort. Despite all of that, I kept going. I'd swum through worse before. The buoy was still out there, just a couple hundred yards away, and I wasn't about to let a little bit of discomfort stop me. But as I swam, I realized I was starting to tire faster than I ever had before. The waves were calm, but they were pulling at me, and I felt like I wasn't making any progress. I was trying to ignore it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the water was pulling me out, away from the shore, even though I knew logically it wasn't true. When I finally reached the buoy, Greg and another lifeguard were there, treading water and chatting. I was out of breath and had to fight to keep my composure, but I didn't want them to know I was struggling. It felt embarrassing to show weakness, so I just nodded and tried to act normal. Greg asked if I was good, and I said, "Yeah, just catching my breath." I hung out there for a few moments, trying to steady myself. My lungs burned, and the cold was starting to seep into my bones. I hadn't realized how tiring the swim would be, especially with the cold water, my asthma, and the fact that I was swimming with my head above water. But I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle it, so I pushed the thought out of my head. Greg said he was heading back, and I decided to start the return swim. That's when it hit me, the fatigue. My body felt heavy. My arms were sore, and my legs were already screaming for rest. I tried to keep moving, but each stroke felt like it took everything out of me. I was still so far from the shore, and I began to panic. The waves were calm, but the distance felt endless. I was so focused on getting back to shore that I didn't realize how exhausted I had become. It wasn't like the pool, where I could just touch the wall whenever I needed to. Here, in the open water, there was no safe spot to rest. No edge, no bottom I could stand on. Just endless water and a shoreline that seemed to get farther away the harder I swam. I started to float on my back, thinking it would be easier to catch my breath that way. But it wasn't. The panic started to set in. I could feel it creeping up my spine, tightening my chest, making it harder to breathe. The sound of the waves, the rhythm of my breathing, it all became louder, more frantic. The calm I was used to in the water was slipping away, and I was losing control. I switched to side strokes, then back to a freestyle, trying to find something that would work, but nothing helped. My body was tired, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get enough air. My head was up, my chest tight, and all I could hear was the pounding of my heart in my ears. Every stroke felt like a small victory, but the exhaustion was too much. I looked up at the shore, hoping to see it getting closer, but it didn't. It felt like I was getting nowhere. The panic grew. I wanted to wave to the lifeguards for help, but I didn't. My pride kept me from making a scene. The last thing I wanted was to be that guy, the swimmer who couldn't handle a simple swim. So I kept going, even though every part of me was screaming to stop. I tried to tell myself that I just needed to keep moving, that if I stopped, if I panicked, I'd be in real trouble. It felt like the ocean was swallowing me whole. I kept my eyes fixed on the shore, trying to convince myself that I was making progress, even though I didn't feel like I was. Each stroke felt weaker than the last, my arms and legs burning, my breathing shallow. Finally, I could see Greg coming back out to meet me. He was probably about 100 yards away. I remember thinking, just keep going, just make it to him, and everything will be okay. I pushed myself harder than I ever thought I could, and slowly, painfully, I made my way toward him. When I finally reached him, I didn't even have the energy to speak. My arms were shaking, my body numb from the cold and exhaustion. I grabbed onto him, clinging to him like a lifeline. He was confused, probably wondering why I was so tired, but I couldn't explain it. I couldn't catch my breath enough to form words. I just clung to him, trying to steady myself. When we made it back to the shore, I collapsed onto the sand, gasping for air. Greg asked if I was all right, and all I could do was nod. I was shaken, more than I cared to admit. I hadn't realized how close I had been to something terrible. Later that day, when I was reading an article about drowning, I came across something that hit me like a ton of bricks. The floating on my back, the switching of strokes, the disorientation, that was all a sign of distress. It was a textbook description of what happens when someone is drowning, and I had been there, right on the edge, fighting to stay afloat. That day still haunts me, not just because of how close I came to drowning, but because I had been so convinced that I could handle it. The ocean, even though I had always loved it, had shown me a side I'd never seen before. And since that day, I've never swum in the ocean again. My mother, who had no idea about what happened out there, later told me that she had a strong feeling that I was in danger that day. She said it was like a premonition. She had called me that afternoon, even though I hadn't been in touch with her all day. It was weird, because I hadn't even told her I was at the beach. But somehow she knew. It's been over 15 years since that day, and I still haven't stepped foot in the ocean again. That feeling, that sense of helplessness and panic, still lingers. I know I'll never forget the day the ocean almost took me. It wasn't much of a walk, to be honest. Just a quick one before bed, to avoid letting my dog track mud through the dog door when it started raining later. At least, that's what I told myself as I took Gracie out into the backyard. But looking back, that night was a nightmare that's stuck with me ever since. I was 11 years old at the time, just a kid who liked spending time outdoors with my two dogs, Abby and Gracie. Abby was an old soul, about 5 years older than Gracie, a mix of tough and loyal. She was the kind of dog you could rely on to keep anything from getting too close, especially when it came to me and my younger dog Gracie. Gracie had only just turned a year old, and she was more of a coward, always looking for comfort from Abby whenever something made her nervous. We lived in the country on a good-sized piece of property that extended back into the woods. The entire area was a mix of savanna landscape with large Spanish oaks and cedar trees. The woods were thick, and there were parts of the property that stretched deep enough that you could get lost without even realizing it. I had spent countless hours walking the dogs through the woods and fields, but something about this night felt different. At first, everything seemed fine. We walked out past the edge of the yard and down the small trail that led further back into the woods, where Gracie liked to do her business. Abby was usually the kind of dog who stayed close, always watching and keeping an eye on things. But tonight, she wasn't by my side. I wasn't too worried at first. Abby sometimes liked to wander off a little bit, checking things out. But when I noticed Gracie wasn't walking properly beside me either, that's when my gut twisted. She kept cowering under my legs, her body trembling as she stayed glued to me. Something was wrong. I stopped walking and glanced around. The usual night sounds of the woods were there, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the chirp of crickets, but there was something off. Something that made my hair stand up. That's when I heard it. The first noise was light, almost like the soft pattering of footsteps in the distance. Then a low, strange, dog-like cackle, a sound I had never heard before. I froze. That's when I thought it. Shit. Coyotes. I had heard stories about coyotes in the area, how they sometimes roamed in packs looking for food, but it was always in the back of my mind, something that only seemed to happen to other people. But now, it wasn't just a few coyotes. I could hear them, dozens of them surrounding me. My heart started pounding in my chest as the first few coyotes slinked through the trees, their glowing eyes visible in the dark. They were circling. Gracie was clinging to my legs now, practically shaking with fear, and I couldn't blame her. There were more coyotes than I could count, and I felt like the odds of making it out alive were slipping away with every second. I picked up a few rocks, holding them tightly in my hands as I stood my ground. The coyotes didn't approach immediately, but they kept circling, waiting. The noise, their howls and their cackles, was all around me, making my head spin. But it wasn't just coyotes. I caught a glimpse of movement behind them, something bigger, something darker. The dim beam of my flashlight caught it just as it stepped into the shadows, a mountain lion. I couldn't process it at first. Why was there a mountain lion with a pack of coyotes? Why were they all surrounding me? Was this some twisted joke of nature, a bizarre hunting strategy? I was 11 years old, and I had no idea what to do. I had no way of fighting back against a mountain lion and a pack of coyotes. And my guard dog, Abby, was nowhere to be found. It hit me then. I remembered Gracie had started her heat cycle a few days ago. That's why the coyotes were so interested in her. They wanted her, and they weren't leaving without a fight. The mountain lion probably smelled the opportunity as well, a chance to steal a meal from the coyotes' hunting grounds. I felt a rush of panic. I couldn't get back to the house. I was too far into the woods, too far from safety. All I could think about was keeping Gracie safe. I started throwing rocks in every direction I could, trying to scare off the coyotes. The mountain lion was still lurking, a shadow in the trees, and I couldn't make out much more of it, but I could feel its eyes on me watching. The coyotes were closer now, their paws lightly scraping against the ground as they moved in. Then a miracle happened. From the darkness, I saw Abby, my 90-pound guard dog, charging into the fray like a demon. I'm not kidding. Abby came out of nowhere, and she was absolutely furious. She barreled into the pack of coyotes like a freight train. I heard the sickening crack of a coyote's body being thrown into the air. She was attacking them, ripping through the pack without hesitation. I couldn't even comprehend what was happening. There must have been 20 coyotes at least, and Abby was fighting every one of them, snapping and growling with a ferocity I had never seen. It was like something out of a nightmare, watching a lone dog take on an entire pack of predators. I didn't know what to do. I was frozen in place, my heart pounding in my chest, Gracie still shaking at my feet. I could barely even see straight through the fear and adrenaline that was flooding my system. I kept throwing rocks, trying to aim for the coyotes as Abby took down as many as she could, but there were just too many of them. The mountain lion, however, seemed to back off for a moment, maybe unsure of how to approach with all the chaos going on. Then I heard it, a sound I'll never forget. A horrible screech, a high-pitched scream that sounded almost human. It came from the pack, but I didn't know if it was a coyote or something else. My blood ran cold as I realized the mountain lion had made its move. Abby must have seen the same thing because she turned, racing towards the mountain lion and launching herself at it in a blur of teeth and claws. I couldn't keep up. My legs were shaky and my breathing was shallow, but I saw the moment of opportunity. There was a small gap in the circle the coyotes had formed. I grabbed Gracie's leash and yanked her toward me, and without thinking, I turned and ran. I ran as fast as I could back toward the house, not looking back, not caring about the coyotes or the mountain lion. I was terrified and didn't even consider what would happen if they caught us. Then I heard it, the footsteps behind me. Coyotes. They were chasing us. My heart thudded in my chest as I sprinted toward the safety of the house. I could hear Gracie's collar jangling behind me, and I felt the weight of her leash in my hands, dragging behind me as I ran. And then I did the worst thing possible. I let go of Gracie's leash. I was too scared to keep holding on. I didn't want to risk slowing down, and I couldn't fight my fear. I let go, and she ran alongside me, still too scared to leave my side, but I couldn't stop myself. I kept running, screaming as loudly as I could for help. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the yard. My dad heard my screams and came running out, shotgun in hand. The coyotes stopped their chase as they heard the loud shot from my dad's gun. They scattered into the woods, disappearing into the night. My legs were shaking, my breath ragged from the sprint, but I couldn't stop looking back at the woods, still hearing the faint rustle of the coyotes retreating. Gracie was at my side, still shaking, but I could see her unharmed. Abby wasn't as lucky. She limped back to me, her body covered in cuts and blood, but she had driven the coyotes off. She had literally dragged a coyote's leg back to the yard as a trophy, a reminder of the fight she'd won. My dad and I spent the next few hours checking over the yard, making sure no other coyotes had followed us back, and making sure everything was locked up tight. Abby had to spend the next few days at the vet, recovering from the injuries she sustained in the fight. As for me, I didn't step foot outside after dark without my dad's shotgun again. That night, I learned just how cruel and unpredictable nature could be, and I learned just how strong the bond between a dog and its owner could be, even when faced with impossible odds. I may not have seen the mountain lion's attack, but I knew it had been there, lurking in the shadows. And I knew that if it hadn't been for Abby, I wouldn't have made it back to the house alive. Every time I think about that night, I realize how lucky I was to make it through. But more than anything, I learned not to take my safety or my dogs for granted. Last year, me and my roommate had this little rental house just off a quiet road. It wasn't anything fancy, just a 2-bedroom place with a porch, a beat-up fence in the back, and a thin line of trees between us and the neighbor behind. The house was old, probably built in the 60s, with creaky floors and weird little noises that came and went, especially at night. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Old houses make noise. It's just the wood expanding, or the wind, or something like that. That's what I told myself. It was a pretty chill setup overall. My roommate worked nights at a warehouse, so I had the place to myself most evenings. I was working part-time and doing some online courses, so I had a lot of downtime. I usually spent it gaming, doing school stuff, or hanging out on the porch with a smoke. We didn't have many problems the first couple months we lived there. The rent was low, and the place didn't need much upkeep aside from mowing the yard. But then I started noticing little things. Stuff I couldn't explain. It started off small. Like, I'd go to get a snack and notice that something I swore I bought was gone. At first, I figured maybe I forgot to buy it in the first place. Like maybe I thought I grabbed chips or cereal, but I actually didn't. You know how your mind plays tricks on you when you're tired or not paying attention. Then I noticed something weird one night. I was sitting in the living room on the couch, just watching TV. The upstairs hallway runs right over the living room. I was alone. My roommate was at work, as usual, and I heard what sounded like someone walking across the floor up there. Slow footsteps, like someone taking their time. I muted the TV right away and sat there frozen, just listening. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I sat there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, trying to convince myself I imagined it. I got up and grabbed one of those cheap aluminum bats we kept near the door just in case, and I walked through the whole upstairs. My room, my roommate's room, the bathroom, even the little attic door in the hallway closet. Nothing. Everything looked normal. No signs of anyone hiding or moving around. I felt a little dumb after, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. After that, it started happening more. The footsteps. Only ever when I was alone. Sometimes light, sometimes heavier. Always up there, above me. I started keeping the bat close by all the time. I even bought a little motion sensor alarm that I put on the attic door, just to be sure. Nothing ever triggered it. I wanted to believe it was just house settling, or rats or something, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded like a person walking. And then there was my cat. She was a sweetheart, never really scared of anything. She'd always be running around, jumping on counters, knocking stuff over. But lately, she started acting strange. She'd freeze in the middle of the room and stare up at the ceiling, ears back, tail twitching. Sometimes she'd look at me, wide-eyed, like she was freaked out. I'd call her over, and she'd bolt to my lap like she was trying to get away from something. One time she even hissed at the ceiling. Not at the walls, not at a bug, just straight up. That's when I really started to get uncomfortable. But nothing compared to the night me and my roommate went out to smoke. It was a late Friday evening. Chill night. We both had the day off, so we grabbed a couple beers, stepped out onto the porch like we'd done 100 times. It was nice out, cool breeze, quiet. We were out there maybe 15 minutes, talking about random stuff. Nothing unusual. But when I reached for the door to go back inside, the knob didn't turn. It was locked. That didn't make sense. We never locked the door when we were outside, especially not the deadbolt. It wasn't a doorknob lock. It was that heavy, sliding deadbolt kind. My stomach dropped. I tried it again, thinking maybe I turned it wrong. Still locked. We just stared at the door for a second. Neither of us said anything. I felt this tightness in my chest, that just grew worse the longer we stood there. Luckily, my roommate kept the side door key on him, just a habit. He grabbed it, and we walked around the side of the house. We came in through the kitchen and went straight to the front door. The deadbolt was locked tight. That was when I knew for sure something was really wrong. I knew I didn't lock that deadbolt. Neither of us had. We were both outside. We were the only two people living there. Or at least that's what we thought. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment in my head. Going outside, shutting the door behind us, standing out there like idiots while someone locked us out from the inside. It gave me chills. I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening for any kind of sound. The house felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I didn't tell my parents or anything. What was I gonna say? Hey, I think someone's living in my attic. It sounded crazy, even to me, but the signs started piling up. More food went missing. A pack of steaks I bought completely vanished. I asked my roommate, but he doesn't even know how to cook. I looked in the trash, nothing. No packaging, no wrappers, just gone. Another time, I swear my hoodie disappeared for like 3 days. I tore my room apart looking for it. Then it showed up folded neatly in the laundry room, like it had never left. I felt like I was losing my mind. I finally decided to do a full sweep of the house. I waited until a day when my roommate was gone. I checked everything, closets, cabinets, crawl spaces. I even climbed into the attic. It was cramped and dusty, just insulation and wood beams. No signs of anyone. But that attic had a weird smell, like old sweat and dirt. Not the musty wood smell you'd expect. It lingered on my clothes after I came back down. I started locking my bedroom door at night. Just a cheap slide lock I screwed in myself. I even set up my laptop to record video while I slept, just to see if anything weird happened. A couple nights in, the footage showed nothing, just me tossing and turning. But on the fourth night, something happened. At around 3:17 a.m., the door handle moved. It jiggled slightly. The door didn't open because of the lock, but it moved. Twice. Then nothing. Just silence. I watched the clip a dozen times, zooming in, trying to see if it was a glitch. It wasn't. Someone tried my door. I didn't sleep much after that. Me and my roommate started acting different. We didn't talk about it out loud, but I could tell he felt it too. We double-checked locks, kept lights on at night, kept our doors shut. He started sleeping with a pocket knife on his nightstand. I started leaving the porch light on all night, hoping maybe whoever, or whatever, was in the house would feel exposed. It all came to a head one morning. I had stayed up late the night before, couldn't sleep. I crashed around 4 a.m. A couple hours later, I woke up to this weird metallic sound, like something clinking. I sat up in bed, completely still, listening. My cat was sitting at the foot of the bed, ears perked, eyes wide. She was staring at the door. That's when I heard it again. Click, scrape, click. Like someone fiddling with a key. I slid out of bed, grabbed the bat, and moved to the door. The sound stopped. I waited a full minute before slowly unlocking and opening the door. The hallway was empty. I moved slow, checking the bathroom, then down the hall into the kitchen. Nothing. Everything looked normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. Later that day, while my roommate was at work, I decided to try something. I climbed back into the attic, this time with a flashlight, gloves, and a camera. I moved slow, shining the light into every corner. I was about to give up when I noticed something strange behind one of the beams. It looked like a loose panel in the ceiling, like someone had moved some insulation around. I crawled over and pulled it back. Behind it was this small hollowed-out space between the walls, maybe 4 feet wide, 8 feet long. And inside was proof. There was a blanket, a few old pillows, empty water bottles, fast food wrappers, and most chilling of all, a few of our missing food packages. One of the steak wrappers. My hoodie. A box of granola bars I thought I finished. All just sitting there in this cramped hidden space. There was even a small notebook with weird little drawings and notes in it. I didn't touch it. I just stared. Someone had been living in our house. I backed out fast and shut the attic behind me. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I locked every window and door in the house and called the police. When they came, I showed them the space. They checked the whole attic and confirmed it. Someone had been living up there. They didn't find the person, though. Just the stuff. The officers figured the person had climbed out during the night and was slipping in and out through the side door, which had a busted latch on the screen that we'd never fixed. The door would close, but it wouldn't always lock properly unless you deadbolt it. They thought the squatter was probably watching us, waiting for us to leave or go outside before moving through the house. Said it happens more than people think, especially in older homes with access points like attics or crawl spaces. They took the notebook and some of the other stuff as evidence, but we never heard if they found the person. Me and my roommate stayed with friends for a few days while we had the locks changed and fixed up the broken screen. I never felt comfortable in that house again. I kept thinking about how long that person had been up there, watching, moving around while we slept, eating our food, touching our stuff. We ended up breaking the lease a few months early. Lost some of our deposit, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. Now I always check ceilings and attics whenever I move somewhere new. I still wake up some nights thinking I hear footsteps above me, but it's just old fear. At least, I hope it is. When I was 9 years old, I spent a few weeks on holiday with my family. It was a nice little getaway, the kind of place where everyone seems to know everyone, and it had that comforting small-town feel. We were staying in one of those little holiday homes, just a few minutes' walk from a large field. That field was special, though, because it wasn't just an ordinary field. It was the place where the circus set up its animals. I remember the first time I saw the circus. The colors of the tents were so bright, so vibrant. Reds, blues, and yellows were scattered across the place, flapping in the wind, making everything feel more alive. The sounds were something else too. Music playing, the distant cries of people having fun, and the occasional roar of an animal. But the thing that caught my attention the most were the elephants. Huge, gray, and magnificent, they stood in the far corner of the farm next to the holiday homes. I didn't know much about them at the time, but I had always been fascinated by them. I was a little nervous, but the sight of such massive creatures made me feel like I was in some kind of dream. The day I decided to go see them was a warm, breezy afternoon. I was playing outside with my 2-year-old sister, Amelia. She was always tagging along wherever I went, sometimes annoying, sometimes adorable, but mostly just a bundle of energy. I was on the swings, pushing back and forth, when I overheard a conversation between 2 kids in the playground. They were talking about the elephants. One of them said that you could feed them lettuce from a truck nearby. I wasn't sure if it was true or not, but the thought of feeding such enormous creatures made my heart race with excitement. Without thinking too much, I ran over to Amelia, grabbed her hand, and told her I was going to take her to see the elephants. She didn't quite understand what I was talking about, but happily followed me as I pulled her along. The path to the field was short, but felt long with my excitement. We crossed through the small patch of woods and walked up to the farm gate. The field was on the other side, and the circus had set up their pen right in the middle of it. I could see the elephants in the distance, each one towering over everything around them. They were tied to posts with ropes, but the pen was a small plastic enclosure. I could see the thick ropes, the huge legs, and the giant ears flapping lazily in the afternoon breeze. It felt like something out of a dream, the kind of place you imagine when you think of a circus. As we approached, there was no one around to supervise. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to be there, but I didn't see anyone who seemed to care. A large truck sat next to the pen, and I noticed that the back of it was open. Inside the truck, there were several bunches of lettuces. I knew it wasn't ours, but the temptation was too strong. I grabbed a few of the lettuce heads and handed one to Amelia, who was giggling, oblivious to what was going on. She was more interested in the leaves than anything else, chewing on them with her little baby teeth. I slowly made my way over to the pen, feeling both excited and nervous. I could hear the elephants making deep, low noises, the kind of sounds that rumbled in your chest. They were munching on some grass, but their eyes followed me. One of them, much larger than the others, stepped closer. I held out a piece of lettuce, and before I knew it, its trunk came out and grabbed the lettuce from my hand. The texture of its trunk was rough but strangely gentle, and the way it moved was almost graceful for such a large animal. It took the lettuce, then reached out for more. Amelia, not wanting to be left out, handed her piece to the elephant too. Her little fingers barely gripped the lettuce, and I worried for a second that she might drop it. But she was laughing, giggling like it was all part of some big game. The elephant's trunk curled around the lettuce and pulled it out of her hands. It was like something you'd see in a movie, but here it was happening right in front of me. It was incredible. For a few minutes, everything was calm and quiet. The elephants were eating, and Amelia was running around in circles, laughing. I thought everything was perfect. But then, out of nowhere, something unexpected happened. I was standing near the edge of the pen, watching one of the elephants as it sniffed the ground. Amelia had wandered a little further into the pen, trying to get a better look at the other elephants. She was toddling over to the big one, the one that had been eating the lettuce from my hand earlier. It seemed friendly enough, but I didn't realize how close she had gotten to it. In a split second, the elephant's trunk shot out, curling around Amelia's small body like a snake. Before I could react, it lifted her off the ground. My heart stopped. I don't know how it happened so fast, but I watched in horror as the elephant swung my sister around. Its trunk gripped her waist and flung her up over its head. I screamed, a sound that felt like it came from somewhere deep inside my chest, but the noise of the elephant drowned it out. Time seemed to freeze as I watched Amelia fly through the air. Her little body spun like a rag doll, and my mind couldn't process what was happening. Then, with a horrible thud, Amelia was dropped. The elephant released her, and she hit the ground hard, face first. The world went silent for a second, and I couldn't breathe. I froze where I stood, my eyes locked on her motionless body. Everything was happening in slow motion, and it felt like I couldn't move. It wasn't until I saw her arms twitch that I snapped back to reality. She wasn't dead. She was just stunned. I rushed over to her, heart pounding in my chest. I was panicking now, but I knew I needed to check on her. I knelt down beside her, and when I touched her, she whimpered. Her head was bleeding slightly, but it wasn't a serious injury. The fall had been rough, but she was alive. I don't know how I got the strength, but I picked her up and ran out of the pen as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I was back at the holiday homes. My legs were shaking so hard I could barely stand. I knocked on the door of the nearest house, and when someone answered, I handed them Amelia and explained what happened. They immediately rushed her inside and began looking her over. To my relief, they told me she was going to be okay. The fall had shaken her up, but there were no serious injuries. I stayed with her the rest of the day, watching her like a hawk. The circus moved on soon after, packing up their animals and leaving the field behind. I don't know what happened to the elephants after that, but I couldn't shake the image of what I had seen. The way Amelia had flown through the air, the thud of her body hitting the ground. I learned something that day, something I didn't understand before. The elephants were beautiful creatures, but they were powerful and unpredictable. I thought they were gentle giants, but I'd forgotten they were still wild animals. I never went back to that field again. As for Amelia, she was fine after a few days. The bump on her head went away, and her bruises faded. But I never forgot that day, the day I almost lost her. It's a memory that stuck with me, and I think it always will. I'll never look at elephants the same way again. I was sitting in the living room, mindlessly flipping through the news on my phone, when I heard it. My son's voice. Not much more than a small mumble, but clear enough for me to make it out. He had just turned 2, and his words were starting to get more distinct, but still baby-like in that cute, almost indecipherable way. "I hurt," he said, the words quiet and soft but strangely out of place. It was so unexpected. He was fine just moments ago, running around the house like usual, laughing, playing. I remember looking up from my phone, half paying attention to what was going on, and brushing it off. It wasn't like him to say things like that. He didn't seem hurt or upset, and kids are often dramatic, right? They say things like that all the time when they just want some attention. But then he said it again. "I hurt." This time, there was a slight quiver in his voice, a little more urgency in his tone, but still nothing that seemed alarming. I gave my wife a look, and she was already heading toward him, a concerned frown spreading across her face. She didn't seem convinced that it was just him being silly. She picked him up and held him close for a moment, running her hand through his hair. "You okay, buddy?" she asked, her voice soft, but I could hear the concern in it. I didn't think it was anything serious, so I stayed where I was, just watching them interact from the couch. I thought, maybe he was just tired. It was early, barely 8 a.m. Maybe he had just woken up a little too soon. But then it happened. As my wife stood him up to get him a popsicle, he always loved those, even at breakfast, he collapsed. No warning, no hesitation. He just fell, like his legs didn't work anymore. My wife gasped and tried to catch him, but she wasn't fast enough. He hit the floor, a little hard, a little jarring. I was up in a second, already moving to him. I remember the way he looked up at us, his little face still unhurt, but his eyes glazed over as if he wasn't fully there. He tried to talk. The words that came out were jumbled, baby gibberish that I couldn't understand. But it was clear something was off. My heart skipped a beat. I rushed to his side, scooping him up, and my wife was already on the phone with the pediatrician, her voice tight and panicked as she described the situation. We thought he might have just knocked himself out or hit his head too hard, but something about it felt different. We kept looking at him, his face, his arms. I remember his left side wasn't moving quite right. His arm hung limp, like he didn't even realize it was there. He looked confused, not like the curious toddler he had been just moments ago. We rushed to the pediatrician's office, not bothering to wait for a nurse or receptionist to guide us in. My wife was already halfway down the hallway by the time we got inside. The pediatrician took a quick look, but there was no immediate sign of any trauma. He didn't look seriously concerned. He even dismissed the idea of a stroke. Highly unlikely for a 1-year-old, he told us, shrugging as though it were too out of the ordinary to consider. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was horribly wrong. My wife and I exchanged a glance, and I could see the same fear in her eyes that was starting to swell in my chest. I kept telling the doctor, his left arm isn't moving right, and his face, it's drooping. It's like his face is stroked out. The pediatrician didn't seem to understand what I was saying. He just kept telling us that it wasn't possible. It's just a little fall. He'll be fine, he said, trying to reassure us. I felt like I was being dismissed, and it infuriated me. But we kept waiting, trying not to panic. We were just supposed to be here for a checkup, but now it felt like the ground beneath me was slipping away. We couldn't wait any longer. At some point, we couldn't take it. We had to do something. "Screw this," my wife said, her voice shaking with frustration. She stood up with him in her arms, and I could feel the panic in the air, thick like a fog. "I'm driving him to Children's Hospital." The pediatrician tried to convince us otherwise, telling us that he had permission to admit him to the other hospital, the one nearby, but my wife wasn't having it. "No, I'm not waiting any longer," she snapped. "We're going now." We didn't waste another second. We grabbed him, buckled him into his car seat, and bolted out the door. I don't even remember driving there. I just remember that I was flying down the streets, breaking speed limits, doing whatever I could to get him to the hospital as fast as humanly possible. My hands were shaking on the wheel, sweat beading on my forehead, but I couldn't stop. I had to get him there. It felt like an eternity before we pulled into the children's hospital. The second we did, I rushed him in, and the doors seemed to open like magic. I swear to God, within seconds of us entering the ER, there were at least 40 doctors and nurses gathered around him, looking down at his limp body. I had barely registered what was happening when the whirlwind of medical professionals descended on him. They ran tests, hooked him up to machines, and asked us a million questions, all at once, like we were somehow supposed to understand everything. And then came the diagnosis, a hemorrhagic stroke, a burst capillary in his brain stem. He was dying. I don't even think I processed it at first. My brain couldn't accept that word, stroke. He was only a baby, not even 2 years old. How was this happening? The doctors were brilliant. They acted quickly, and they saved him, but it was terrifying to know that if we had stayed at the pediatrician's office for even a few more minutes, he would have been gone. The weight of that realization hit me like a ton of bricks, and I couldn't breathe for a moment. I don't remember much about the rest of that day. The blur of medical staff, tests, questions, and endless hours of waiting. At one point, the doctors asked us questions I wasn't expecting. "Has he been struck? Do you hit him?" It was like they were trying to figure out if we were responsible for his injury, but the capillary had burst so deep inside him that a head injury wouldn't have caused it. They needed to rule out all possibilities, even the worst ones. I remember sitting in the waiting area, a sick feeling in my stomach, wondering how this had all happened. How did our baby go from playing in the kitchen to fighting for his life in a hospital bed? The next few months were a blur of hospital visits, endless tests, and therapy. We spent nearly 3 months in the hospital. The first week was in the NICU, a terrifying week where every second felt like a battle. But he was strong. We never gave up on him, and he didn't give up either. Every day was a little progress. His arms slowly started moving again, his speech became clearer, his balance improved. The doctors and nurses at Children's were amazing, and they kept encouraging us. One thing that stood out was the musicians who would visit the children in the hospital. Every time they came, our son would get so excited, trying to stand up and dance. The music seemed to spark something in him, and he worked so hard every day, just so he could dance when they played. It became his reason for fighting, and it gave us hope. Fast forward to today. He's 8 years old now, and I can hardly believe how far he's come. He's healthy, stronger than I could have ever imagined. He still has dropped foot, and his left hand isn't as strong as it should be. But those are the only reminders of that terrible day. There were so many worse outcomes that could have happened, and we were fortunate. His neurologist even told us once that they were pretty sure he was going to be left-handed because of the location of the stroke. Had it been his dominant hand, his speech could have been much worse. I can still remember how hard that first year of therapy was, how much we all had to fight just to get to where we are now. But today my son is thriving. He's growing, learning, playing, and he's just like every other kid, strong and full of life. We just had his last appointment with the neurologist last week. They told us, "We don't need to see you again. His scans look amazing. It's not coming back." And I can't explain the relief that washed over me. That weight I've been carrying for all these years, that fear that never quite left, it's finally lifted. He's going to be okay. He's going to live a full life, and for that, I am more grateful than I could ever express. We've come a long way, and we made it through. He made it through, and that's what matters. One summer, when I was around 16, I started mowing lawns for extra cash. I didn't mind the work. There was something about it that felt good, like a simple task I could focus on. My mom would drop me off early in the mornings, usually on weekends, at my aunt and uncle's house. Their house was out in the country, not too far from the road, but far enough that there were no other houses nearby. I was always fine with it, though. I liked their place, the big yard, the old oak tree in the front, the large backyard that stretched out into a wooded area. It was peaceful, quiet. Sometimes it felt like the kind of place you could get lost in, and I didn't mind that one bit. The routine was simple. I would show up, grab the lawnmower from the shed, and get to work. Sometimes my aunt and uncle were home, and I'd chat with them while I worked, but most of the time I was alone. I didn't mind the solitude. In fact, I liked it. I'd throw on my headphones, start mowing, and the rest of the world would fade away. That Saturday, like any other, I was alone again. My mom dropped me off, gave me the usual call if you need anything, and drove away. I waved, then immediately grabbed the mower and began with the front yard. The sun was already up, not too hot yet, but warm enough that it felt good to be outside. I started at the corner of the front yard, by the street, where the grass grew thick and tall. The mower hummed steadily, and I made slow, methodical passes back and forth. I could hear the occasional car driving by, the sound of tires against the road, but for the most part, it was quiet. I felt calm, almost too calm, like the kind of peace that came with being far from the noise of everyday life. The front yard was pretty straightforward. I finished it up fairly quickly, taking my time to make sure the edges were neat, and then I moved toward the backyard. The moment I crossed over into the backyard, though, something changed. It was subtle at first, just a shift in the air, the kind of shift you don't notice right away, but it's there lurking beneath the surface. It was hot now, the sun high in the sky, beating down on the grass. I thought nothing of it at first, but then it came. A feeling, a heavy weight that settled on my chest like a boulder. It was like someone had thrown a blanket over me, and it wasn't a blanket that gave comfort. It was suffocating, oppressive. My heart started to pound in my chest, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stopped for a second, letting the mower idle as I looked around. The yard was the same as it had always been. There was the swing set at the far corner, the tall grass swaying gently in the wind, the old shed where the mower lived. Nothing had changed, but I felt wrong, very wrong. I told myself it was just nerves, maybe the heat getting to me. Maybe the silence of the backyard had finally gotten to me. The fence that ran along the edge of the yard felt like it was closing in. I started the mower again, trying to focus on the task at hand, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I expected to see someone standing there, watching me. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was being foolish, but it didn't feel like my imagination. It felt real, like something was right there, just out of sight. Something I couldn't see, but could feel all around me. My mind kept racing, and I felt like I couldn't get away from the sensation of being watched. I couldn't explain it. It was like an instinct, a primal feeling that hit me in the gut. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, convinced I would see someone standing there. But there was nothing. The trees in the distance swayed in the wind, casting long shadows across the yard, but there was nothing in those shadows. I couldn't shake the feeling, though. It was like the very air around me was thick with something that didn't belong. My heart started to race, my breath coming faster, but I couldn't stop mowing. I was moving, but it was like I couldn't get away from the fear. The faster I moved, the worse it felt. I kept pushing the mower forward, my mind screaming at me to get out, to leave, but my legs wouldn't stop. It was like my body was moving on its own, trying to finish the task, trying to get the job done. But every step I took made the feeling worse. And then, I swear to God, I heard it. A sound. Something faint, but clear. A soft, almost inaudible rustling, followed by a slow, steady crunch of leaves. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was something deliberate, like someone was walking across the yard, just out of sight, moving carefully so they wouldn't be noticed. I froze. My hand clenched the handle of the mower, so tightly my knuckles turned white. The sound stopped, but I could still feel it. Whatever it was right there. I didn't wait to find out what it was. I threw the mower into the shed, slammed the door shut, and bolted out of the backyard. I didn't stop running until I reached the road. My heart was in my throat, my legs shaking with the adrenaline pumping through my body. I couldn't look back. I couldn't even make myself turn around. My whole body was screaming at me to get as far away as possible. I didn't know what I was running from, but I felt like I was running for my life. I pulled out my phone and called my mom. My hands were trembling as I dialed her number, and I could barely breathe as it rang. When she picked up, I didn't even let her say anything. I just blurted out everything I had felt. I told her how terrified I was, how I felt like I was being watched, how the whole yard had turned into something wrong. I didn't know what else to say. I just needed her to come and get me, to tell me it was okay, because I didn't know if I could go back there. She told me she would be there in 10 minutes. I didn't care how long it took. I stood by the road, looking back at the house, not daring to turn my back on it. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, something was waiting, something that wasn't right. My mom pulled up, not even bothering to pull into the driveway. I threw open the door and jumped into the car. I couldn't get away from that place fast enough. As we drove off, I told her everything again. How I felt like something was out there, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. But then, my mom said something that stopped me cold. She told me something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up even more. She said she had felt something too. When she got home, after dropping me off, she said she went inside and put down her things. She went into the bathroom, and while she was sitting down, she heard the front door open. She heard footsteps, like a man walking into the house. She said it sounded like someone had come in, like someone was there. She thought it was me at first, but when she went to check, the door was shut, and there was no one in the house. She searched the entire house, every room, every corner. No one was there. I was stunned. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The coincidence was too much to ignore. My mom had experienced something at the same time I had. It was like we were connected, like whatever was out there, whatever was watching me, had been watching her too. We shared that same sense of dread, that same feeling that something was wrong, but neither of us could explain it. I never went back to mow that lawn again. I couldn't. It wasn't just the fear. It was the feeling that something was out there, something sinister that didn't belong. My mom told my aunt about it, and years later, I told my aunt my side of the story. It spooked her too, even though she didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. It just didn't make sense. I've tried to look into it, tried to make sense of what happened that day, but I've found nothing. No explanations, no theories. Just the knowledge that for whatever reason, my mom and I shared something that day, a feeling that neither of us could explain. To this day, I still don't know what it was, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget that feeling. The feeling of being watched. The feeling of dread. The feeling that something was waiting, just out of sight, watching and listening. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something more sinister, but I know that I never want to feel that way again. Not ever. We moved into the house when I was 9. It wasn't much, really, just an old place at the end of a long, dusty road, but it stood out because of its red roof. The locals didn't have many houses nearby, and Red Roof became a kind of landmark. It made it easier for the kids around to find and visit me for playdates. That first day, after we unloaded our things, it all seemed normal. It was hot, uncomfortably hot, as the air stuck to you like a second skin. We didn't have electricity yet, so my mother and I set up a little portable DVD player on a shelf, one of those tiny screens you'd take in the car, and we settled in with some snacks. I remember it clearly, my mother and I sitting there in the dim light, watching whatever we could on that little player, feeling the heavy air around us. I was excited. I didn't really care that the place was old or that it felt a little off. It was going to be home. But that evening, when I reached for the remote to change the DVD, something happened that stopped me cold. A candle, just a regular wax, one we had placed on a shelf, flew off the ledge with such force that it almost hit us. It didn't roll or slide. It was like it was thrown, and not by us. The small flame flickered out instantly, but the burn mark on the carpet was still there, just a small one, like a warning. My heart raced as I looked at my mother, but she didn't say anything. She just went quiet, and we both stared at the spot where the candle had been. It was as if nothing happened. My mom didn't seem to be that worried, but I felt a knot form in my stomach. There was something off about that moment. After that night, things started to feel strange. A few days passed before anything else happened, but it was the kind of thing that quietly builds up. My mother was cleaning the kitchen one afternoon. The place was a mess, of course, an old fridge, wooden counters that had seen better days, and the floors were scratched from years of wear. I was sitting on the floor near the table, doing my homework from my new school, trying to distract myself from the constant hum of nerves that hung in the air. My mother was rummaging around in the fridge when she pulled out what I thought was just another old piece of junk. But when I glanced up, I saw it clearly, a rusty machete. I could see the dull brownish-red stains, probably rust, but I could also see the way it caught the light in a way that felt wrong. I think it shocked her, too, because she froze for a second, just holding it in her hand, staring at it. I'll never forget the look on her face, something between curiosity and dread. But she put it back up high on top of the fridge and didn't say anything. I saw her wipe her hands and go back to cleaning, like it was just another part of the old house we had to deal with. To us, knives and machetes weren't strange. Growing up in the islands, they were common tools, things you used around the farm or for cutting through thick bushes. But this machete felt different, like it had a history. I don't know why I felt that way, but I did. For the next few days, weird things kept happening. At first, it was small, things moving on their own, the kind of stuff kids would make up stories about, like toys that seemed to shift around when no one was looking. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, or maybe it was the house itself, settling and groaning like old houses tend to do. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, and I started having nightmares. Dreams where I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see shapes moving in the corners of my room, shadows that didn't make sense. And every time I woke up, I was never sure if the things I'd seen were real or just part of the dream. But the worst part was the smell. It started as a faint odor, like spilled coffee that you couldn't quite get rid of. My mom noticed it too. It wasn't strong, but it was there, lingering in the walls, in the corners. It was as if the house itself had absorbed something it shouldn't have. At first, we thought it might just be from the old paint or the musty air, but then it started to get worse. One evening, I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, when I saw it, a dark stain slowly creeping through the walls, right above my bed. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, but no matter how much I blinked, it was still there. The dark splotch kept spreading, slowly, like it was alive. And it wasn't just any stain. It looked like something had seeped through the paint, bleeding into the walls. I knew it wasn't coffee. It didn't smell like coffee, and it didn't look like coffee. I remember the fear creeping up my spine as I watched it. I tried to tell my mom, but she just nodded and said she'd look at it in the morning. The next day, she got the cleaning supplies and started scrubbing at the walls, trying to get rid of the stain. But it didn't work. No matter how hard she scrubbed, the stain wouldn't come off. She was starting to get frustrated. And then, when she got a closer look at the mark, she froze. Her hand stopped moving, and she stared at it with a strange expression on her face. Her voice shook when she called me over. "This isn't coffee," she said, her voice tight. "This is blood." I don't think I fully understood what she meant at first, but when I saw the stains up close, I realized she was right. It was blood, not coffee. I could see the splatter patterns, the way the stains curved and clung to the walls like a grotesque map. My mom's background in the medical field meant she'd seen blood in all kinds of situations, but this was different. She knew what she was seeing. It wasn't just a stain. It was something worse. At that moment, I could feel the air in the room grow colder. My mother had always been strong, but even she couldn't hide the terror in her eyes. She immediately called the authorities. The investigation didn't take long, and it turned out that the house had a horrible past, one we couldn't ignore. An elderly woman, who had lived there before us, had been murdered in the house. She was stabbed multiple times with the very machete my mother had found on the fridge. The authorities had pieced together that the woman had been alone when she was attacked, and the weapon had been hidden up high, tucked away where it could easily be forgotten. The blood had seeped into the walls, slowly seeping into every corner of the house, even into my bedroom. The worst part was realizing that the stains we thought were coffee had been there all along, hidden under layers of paint. It was as if the house itself had absorbed it all. It was terrifying to think that we had been living in the same place where something so horrible had happened. The investigation didn't go any further than that, but it left a mark on us. The house had been painted over, and forensics never bothered to clean it properly. They had just painted over the blood and left the history of the house buried beneath new layers of paint. But we knew better. My mother was never the same after that, and I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that room anymore. There was something about the house, the way it felt, the way the walls seemed to close in around us, that made it impossible to stay. My mother arranged for a priest to come bless the house, hoping to rid it of whatever had been lingering there. I don't know what he did or said during the blessing, but I know that after he left, things felt different. Not better, necessarily, but different. I think the blessing was more for us than the house, giving us some peace of mind before we left. It wasn't long before we packed up and left. We moved out, away from Red Roof, as quickly as we could. The kids who used to come over for playdates stopped showing up, and the house became just another place in the neighborhood that no one talked about. As for the house itself, it stood there for years, with its red roof fading into the distance, still hiding its secrets beneath layers of paint and dust. I don't know what happened to the machete. Maybe it was still there, hidden in some dark corner of the house, or maybe someone took it. But whatever it was, Red Roof stayed just that, red and dark, and full of memories I never wanted to revisit. And I never went back. Not even once. I work at a senior living community, the kind of place where everything is supposed to be calm, quiet, and routine. Most of the time, it's just paperwork, answering calls, and reminding residents about their activities for the day. It's the type of job where you can easily zone out and let the hours pass without much excitement. But every so often, something happens that makes you question why you even signed up for this in the first place. Buddy was one of my favorite residents. I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but I'm only human. Buddy was in his late 70s and had been living here for as long as I could remember. He was a lifelong smoker, which had left him with severe COPD, and it was pretty clear that his body had started to fall apart. His breathing was always labored, and he had to use an oxygen tank most of the time. But despite all of that, Buddy had a certain charm about him. He was one of the most polite, quiet men you'd ever meet. Still, there was a bit of an edge to him, something unsteady. I later learned that Buddy had schizophrenia, and in the past few months, his medication had stopped working. That's when things really started to spiral. He wasn't acting like himself anymore. His thoughts were disjointed, and the things he'd say didn't always make sense. I could tell he was starting to struggle, and it was heartbreaking to see someone who had always been so polite and even-tempered become a shell of that person. The other residents didn't quite understand what was happening to him, and that led to a lot of bullying. At first, Buddy would just stare off into space, but as the bullying escalated, he would start to get defensive and agitated. I don't think he realized how out of sync his thoughts had become, and he started to isolate himself, getting even more paranoid. It wasn't unusual to see him sitting in the common room, staring off into the corner, murmuring to himself. Sometimes he'd even break down in tears, telling me how he had been bullied his entire life. As much as I wanted to help, there wasn't much I could do. We didn't have medical staff on site. We weren't equipped for situations like this, and I wasn't allowed to administer any treatment, not even CPR. One afternoon, things took a turn for the worse. I was sitting at the front desk, mindlessly scanning through paperwork, when I heard someone approaching in the distance. I glanced up and saw one of the residents in a power wheelchair, speeding towards me. The look on her face was frantic. "Buddy's outside," she shouted, her voice trembling. "He fell. He won't get up. He's just laying there." I immediately shot up from my chair and ran outside. The parking lot was just beyond the building, and as I rounded the corner, I saw him. Buddy was lying on the asphalt, completely still, his body twisted at an odd angle. There was a small pool of blood beneath his head. His face was pale, and his eyes were glazed, but he was still moving his mouth. Counting. It wasn't a coherent sequence. He was counting, but it wasn't in order. He'd start at a random number, then go backward, then forward again. Then he'd restart somewhere else. I froze for a moment, trying to assess the situation. I couldn't tell if he was breathing properly or if his injuries were more severe than they appeared. His head was bleeding heavily, and the blood was starting to spread across the pavement. "Buddy," I called softly, kneeling beside him. My voice was shaky, but I tried to keep it calm. "Buddy, can you hear me?" He didn't respond right away, but I could see his lips moving, muttering something to himself. His hand lifted slowly, pointing past the street lamp at the far end of the parking lot. He was staring at something, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and fear. "Buddy," I said, trying again. "Hey, buddy, can you tell me what's hurting? Is it your head? Your back?" His voice was weak, and he barely seemed able to focus on me. "I can't get up," he muttered. I was walking, just walking, cool, calm, collected. "I'm allowed to walk." "It's okay, buddy," I reassured him, though inside I was freaking out. "It looks like you hit your head. Can you tell me if anything else hurts?" "My back," he replied faintly, his voice almost a whisper. I quickly pulled my phone from my pocket, my hands shaking as I dialed 911. I tried to keep it together as I spoke to the dispatcher, explaining the situation. "A resident has fallen. He's got a head injury. He's also struggling with his back. He's got COPD, and he's schizophrenic. His medication isn't working right, so we don't know if this is from the fall or from his condition." The dispatcher reassured me that help was on the way and advised me to stay with him. As I stood up to call my boss, Buddy's hand lifted again, pointing toward the street lamp. He started talking about angels. He said he could see them hovering just beyond the light. His voice was becoming more frantic now, his words tumbling over each other. "Angels, they're coming. Angels, they're coming for me." My heart pounded in my chest as I took a few steps back to make the call. I didn't want Buddy to hear any of the conversation, especially the part about whether or not we needed the police. I didn't know if his schizophrenia would make him react in a way that would escalate things further. I didn't think the cops were necessary, but I wasn't sure if I was making the right call. Luckily, my boss agreed with my decision and told me to stay with Buddy and keep him calm. I hung up, took a deep breath, and knelt next to Buddy again. I took his hand and said, "Hey buddy, don't worry. Help is on the way. The paramedics will be here soon. Just focus on me, okay? I know you're scared, but we're going to get you the help you need." I stayed there with him, talking to him softly, trying to keep him calm. His hand was still shaking, his voice still counting, but his eyes started to flutter. I couldn't help but worry about his breathing, the blood, the possible damage to his spine. I wasn't trained for any of this. I wasn't prepared for something so serious, and yet it was my job to handle it. That thought alone made my stomach churn. I wasn't ready for this. I didn't sign up for emergencies like this. Minutes later, the paramedics arrived. They were quick, professional, and incredibly kind to Buddy. They explained everything to him in a calm, gentle manner. I stood back, allowing them to do their work. I gave them the rundown on Buddy's condition as best as I could, explaining that he had schizophrenia and was off his medication. I wasn't sure what was happening with him, whether it was the head injury or just his mental state, but the paramedics didn't seem fazed. They worked efficiently, cutting off his clothes and strapping him onto a board. As they did, they handed me a bag. It was Buddy's stuff. His shoes, his torn socks, his shirt, his pants, his belt, his lanyard with his bus pass and key cards. It was all neatly packed into the bag. The moment they handed it to me, I felt the weight of the situation. This wasn't just a job. This was someone's life. Someone who had been through so much already and was now in the hospital because of something I couldn't fix. "Can you take that back to his apartment?" one of the paramedics asked gently. "His mother is at home, and we don't want her to worry." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I didn't want to cry in front of these people, in front of Buddy. I just wanted to get this over with. I walked back to the building, clutching the bag to my chest. I knocked on Buddy's mother's door. knowing what I was about to say wasn't going to be easy. She answered, looking frail and tired. Her eyes were wide with worry as I handed her the bag. "I don't know when Buddy will be home," I told her softly. "He's at the hospital. They're taking care of him, and we'll know more soon." She started to cry as soon as she saw the bag. I don't blame her. How could anyone stay composed in that situation? I spent what felt like hours trying to calm her down, reassuring her that Buddy was going to be okay, that the doctors would do everything they could. I didn't believe it myself, but I had to say something. After what felt like an eternity, I finally left. I returned to my desk, and everything returned to normal. The paperwork, the cameras, the calls. Everything was back to its dull routine. But for the first time in a long while, I wasn't thinking about the paperwork. I wasn't thinking about the calls. I was thinking about Buddy, about the blood, the angels, the way he had looked at me with so much fear in his eyes. A week went by, and there was no news. I worked the weekends, and I kept hoping for a call, any call, that would tell me Buddy was okay. But nothing came. I kept checking my phone, checking the messages, looking for something, anything. Finally, a call came. Buddy had made it through. He wasn't in the clear, but he was stable. That was all I needed to hear. I felt a wave of relief, but it was short-lived. Buddy was eventually moved to a full-time care facility. I stayed in touch with him as much as I could. He even faked a heart attack on me once, just to see if I'd panic. I couldn't help but laugh at that, even though I knew it was a sign of just how much he had deteriorated. Buddy passed away a few months later. His mother still calls the desk sometimes, especially during the holidays. She always asks about him, as if he's still here. I don't know what to say to her anymore, but I'll always remember Buddy, and I'll always remember that night. The fear, the blood, the counting, the angels, the reality of what it means to work in a place like this. I signed up for the quiet, the boring, the routine. But sometimes, it's the unexpected moments that stay with you forever. I remember that night like it was yesterday. It was a typical evening at home, nothing out of the ordinary. I was about 20 years old, still living with my parents and younger siblings in the same small house we had always been in. It was a one-story place on the outskirts of town, surrounded by fields, quiet and isolated. The kind of place that, on a still night, made every sound feel louder than it really was, every creak in the floorboards or the hum of the fridge taking on a weird, eerie quality. I was sitting on the couch, watching TV. The house was quiet except for the hum of the television and the occasional sounds of my parents' car pulling into the driveway. But that night they weren't home yet. I remember flipping through channels, trying to find something that caught my attention. But of course, I wasn't really paying attention to what was on. It was just background noise, the kind of thing you turn on to pass the time. Then, out of nowhere, my younger sister, she was 16 at the time, came into the room. I didn't even hear her footsteps at first. I was absorbed in whatever was on screen, not really in the mood to argue. But then, without any warning, she stormed over, grabbed the remote from my hand, and ripped it out of my grip. "Change it," she said, her voice almost flat, as if I were expected to obey without question. I glanced up at her, annoyed, but I didn't respond immediately. She was tall, about 5 inches taller than me, and she had this attitude, this God complex. She acted like she could do whatever she wanted and get away with it, and most of the time she did. I knew that if I tried to get the remote back, it would end in me getting yelled at by my parents for being mean to my baby sister. It's how things had always been. She was their favorite, and it felt like no matter what she did, she was untouchable. So, I just let her take the remote, and she quickly changed the channel to whatever show she was obsessed with at the time. I hated it. I wasn't interested in her show, but I didn't want to fight. Instead, I just leaned back, staring at the screen, half watching the nonsense playing out. My phone was within reach, so I spent most of the time scrolling through it. I could have changed the channel back right then, but I knew better. She'd storm off and make a scene. And in the end, it was just easier to let her have her way. 10 minutes passed, and then she got up and walked out of the room. Without a word, she disappeared into the hallway and shut herself in her bedroom. I didn't think much of it at the time. People do that, get up and leave mid-show. It wasn't unusual for her. But then, the show she was watching ended, and another one started. I was still scrolling on my phone, zoning out, just waiting for the time to pass until my parents came home. But after that second episode started, something shifted. I kept watching, but now I was getting annoyed. The show wasn't something I wanted to watch, and I wasn't in the mood to keep up with it. My sister had left, and her show had already ended. So I did it. I grabbed the remote and changed the channel back to what I had originally been watching. I wasn't thinking anything of it. It was my turn to watch what I wanted, after all. 15, maybe 20 minutes later, I heard the sound of the door creaking open. My sister walked back into the room, her face tight with anger. Without saying anything, she just stared at me for a moment before speaking. "Change it back," she demanded. I looked at her, a little confused. "No, your show ended anyway," I said half-heartedly. I wasn't about to fight over it again, but she didn't accept that. She stared at me with this intense glare, her eyes darker than usual, like there was something cold and calculating behind them. She said it again, but this time it was a guttural scream, something I hadn't heard before. It wasn't like her usual complaints. It was more animalistic, full of rage. Her voice felt foreign, as if it wasn't even her speaking. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I stared back at her, trying to keep my composure, but there was a deep, unsettling weight in the air now. I still said no, but my voice was shaky, unsure. I stood my ground, though. "I'm not changing it back. You left. Your show's over." And that's when she snapped. Her eyes went wild, and she stormed out of the living room. I could hear her stomping down the hallway, and it wasn't just stomping. No, it was like the whole house was shaking with every step she took. Picture frames rattled on the walls, the floorboards groaned beneath her, and the sound of her steps was so loud, it felt like she was trying to make the house tremble beneath her rage. Then, I heard the kitchen door open and slam shut. I froze. Something wasn't right. She didn't just stomp off like that. She was up to something. My heart started to pound in my chest as I tried to think of what she could possibly be doing. And then, I heard the unmistakable sound of metal scraping against the counter. A knife. My stomach turned. I stood there, frozen, as I heard her footsteps coming closer, heavier now. She entered the living room holding a steak knife, the kind that looked far too sharp and too big for her small hands. "You're going to pay for this," she said, her voice low and menacing, as though she was talking to a stranger. Her tone was cold, not the usual whiny, bratty way she spoke when she didn't get what she wanted. This was something different. This was something terrifying. She charged at me, the knife glinting in the light, and I instinctively backed up, my heart racing. I could feel the air thickening around me, and I could hear my own pulse in my ears, thudding louder than the footsteps that echoed in the room. I darted to the side, barely missing her as she swung the knife at me. But she didn't stop. She chased me, around the coffee table, back and forth, the knife aimed at me each time she lunged forward. I could see the fire in her eyes, the rage that wasn't even human anymore. I kept trying to keep my distance, trying to avoid her swings, but I was getting cornered. There was nowhere to go. I had to think fast. Without a second thought, I turned and bolted for my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. I locked it as fast as I could, my hands shaking, but I wasn't safe yet. She was still out there, and I could hear her shaking the doorknob violently. "Open the door," she screamed, her voice turning into a guttural growl. "Let me in so I can kill you." I stayed in front of the door, my back pressed against it, my breath shallow. The lock on the door wasn't strong enough to hold her for long, I knew that. She could have easily unlocked it, but the thing was, she was too angry to even think clearly. Her mind was consumed by this rage, and for some reason, it worked in my favor. She shook the doorknob again, harder this time, her fury louder, but after a few moments, it stopped. She was gone. I stayed in that room for what felt like hours. I didn't move. I didn't dare. When I finally heard the familiar sound of my parents' car pulling into the driveway, I couldn't move fast enough. I threw myself out of the bedroom, my heart still pounding in my chest, and met them at the door. I tried to explain what had happened, what she'd done, but my parents just brushed it off. "You two need to stop acting like children," my mom said, her voice calm but dismissive. "Get along. Your sister's still just a kid. You need to work things out." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Deep down, I knew I couldn't live like that anymore. Weeks passed. The tension in the house never quite went away, and I couldn't forget what had happened. I kept replaying that night in my mind, what I could have done differently, how I could have de-escalated the situation. But every time I thought about it, I knew the truth. There was no de-escalating with her. She was going to rage, and when she did, there was nothing I could do to stop her. It was either give in or fight back. And that's exactly what happened again, a few weeks later. The same thing. She changed the channel, left the room, came back to find I'd changed it back. And this time, instead of running to my bedroom, I grabbed the biggest cleaver from the kitchen. The one no one used because it was too sharp, too dangerous. I wasn't going to run away this time. She came at me, knife in hand, eyes blazing with the same fire. But when I turned to face her, holding the cleaver, something shifted. She stopped. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something different. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was surprise. But she didn't come at me this time. I didn't lower the cleaver. I stared right back at her. I wasn't going to be scared anymore. And then, without a word, she turned and walked out of the kitchen. The thing was, I knew she wasn't done. I knew she'd find another way to get what she wanted. But for that moment, I was safe. And for the first time in a long time, I realized something. I wasn't going to let her hurt me anymore. She never came at me with a knife again after that. But I knew I couldn't trust her. I couldn't trust anyone who could turn on me like that. And no one, not my parents, not my family, would ever understand what it was like to live in that kind of fear. In the end, it wasn't just the knives or the fights. It was the constant threat of violence, the constant feeling that at any moment I could be in danger again. And that's how I ended up with PTSD. It wasn't just the incident. It was everything that had come before, all the little things, the way I had to live my life walking on eggshells around her. As for my sister, she's still the same, a ticking time bomb, and I'll never forget the look in her eyes that night. But I'm done being scared, done living under her shadow, done pretending that everything's okay when it's not. I've learned to live for myself now. I've learned that the only way to survive in a world like that is to stand your ground, no matter what. I was 11 years old, just a kid, lying in the back seat of my mom's old car with my little sister beside me. The summer sun was burning outside, the air thick with heat, as we made our way back home after visiting my dad in another state. I don't really remember much about that trip except for the drive back. My mom, who had always been a bit of a mess, was driving, and she had her boyfriend in the front seat with her. He wasn't exactly the best influence. He had a way of talking like he was always hiding something, always distant, always with a weird smile that never quite met his eyes. But he was there, like some part of a puzzle that didn't fit, and I didn't really care to figure him out. All I wanted to do was get home. We were in that stretch of highway where the land opens up into endless fields on both sides. There were hardly any cars around, just the hum of the tires against the asphalt and the steady beat of the music playing on the radio. It was one of those moments where you can barely keep your eyes open, and the rhythm of the road makes everything feel like it's moving in slow motion. Amarillo by Morning was playing on the radio, a song I still associate with that day. There was something soothing about the familiar tune, something that almost made me drift off. That's when it happened. I heard it clear as day, like someone had whispered it directly into my ear, even though no one else was speaking. A man's voice, calm, steady, and eerily clear, called my name. "You're going to be in a car accident. Don't worry, you'll be okay." The words didn't make any sense. I mean, how could they? I wasn't expecting anything like that. But they hit me, deep down in a place I couldn't explain. A cold shiver ran through me, but I shrugged it off, half convinced I was just imagining things. After all, I was almost asleep, my mind drifting in that blurry space between being awake and dreaming. Just as quickly as the voice came, something else did too. The sound of gravel crunching beneath tires. The car swerved violently. My mom screamed, "Hang on, girls." It was like everything was happening in slow motion, but also all at once. The world tilted sideways, and the car began flipping, tumbling end over end. The sensation was horrifying, like being trapped in a washing machine set on spin. I could feel the seatbelt cutting into my chest, my body slamming against the interior, the world upside down, and my thoughts a blur of terror. My sister screamed next to me, but I couldn't hear her over the deafening noise of metal scraping against metal, of glass shattering. And then it stopped. For a moment, it felt like everything was suspended, as if time had stopped. But then the reality hit me like a wave. I was lying sideways in the back seat, and my body ached with pain. My mom had been thrown from the driver's seat, landing in the back with me and my sister. I could barely make sense of what had happened. Everything felt muffled, like I was underwater. I didn't even know where we had ended up, just that the car was mangled, twisted beyond recognition, and that there was an overwhelming silence that followed the crash. But it wasn't peaceful. The back door flew open, and before I even knew what was going on, my mom was gone. She fell out of the car, and I could barely keep my head up to see where she went. My sister was beside me, dazed, but I knew I had to get her out. We were trapped, stuck in a wreck, and the only thing I could think about was getting her out of there, making sure she was okay. I pulled her towards the door, and with my arm, which was somehow still intact, I shoved the door open, helping her out. People came running from a house that was nearby. I don't remember their faces, just the blur of strangers rushing to help. I felt them lift me out of the wreckage and set me down on the grass. My body was screaming in pain, but I couldn't focus on it. I had to know my sister was okay. I had to know if my mom was all right. I looked at my arm and saw it bent at an angle I knew wasn't normal. The sight made my stomach turn. The bone was sticking out, jagged and crooked. I could feel the blood running down my arm, but I couldn't bring myself to care about the pain. My sister was standing next to me, her face pale, tears running down her cheeks, but she was alive, and that was all that mattered in that moment. I didn't know where my mom was, but I saw the damage around us, the wreckage of the car. She'd been thrown from the front seat, and I wasn't sure where she had landed. My mom kept fading in and out of consciousness. I remember her mumbling, but I couldn't make out the words. I couldn't think straight, couldn't make sense of anything. But I do remember when she finally came to and saw her boyfriend. He wasn't alive. He had been thrown from the car, and the car had landed on him. I don't remember much of what happened next. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of noise, and a lot of strangers in and out of the scene. The ambulance came, and they rushed me, my mom, and my sister to the hospital. I was in shock, not fully aware of how bad things were. But I knew we had survived something terrible. I had a broken left humerus. The pain from my arm was excruciating, but it didn't matter. My mom had a fractured neck, and she was in worse shape than any of us. The doctors said I would be okay, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. My sister was mostly fine, though shaken. My mom, though, had her own demons to battle. After all, she had been drinking, and the alcohol was still in her system when the police arrived. There were bottles scattered around the car, and they immediately began questioning me about it. But my mom wasn't charged with anything. She was too lucky, or maybe I should say, I was too lucky. She could have gone to jail. She could have been in a lot of trouble, but instead, we just got patched up and sent on our way. The ride home from the hospital was a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, what I had heard, and how it all fit together. I couldn't stop thinking about that voice. That man's voice. You're going to be in a car accident. Don't worry, you'll be okay. It was as if someone had known. It was like something was trying to tell me, to warn me. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. There was something about that moment, something about that feeling that stayed with me. I remember sitting in the car, feeling the peace and love that came over me. It wasn't a feeling I could explain, not with words, but it was like warm oil being poured over me, starting from the top of my head and running down through my body. It was a kind of peace that made no sense at all. I didn't know it then, but it was a moment that would stick with me forever, a moment when I felt like I was being looked after by something greater than myself. And I knew with absolute certainty that God had spoken to me, that Jesus had been there warning me, taking care of me in a way I couldn't explain. The weeks after the accident were hard. My arm healed, but the scars, emotional and physical, lasted far longer than I thought they would. I couldn't hear that song, Amarillo by Morning, without feeling a knot in my stomach. It haunted me. The sound of it on the radio always brought me back to that moment, to the crash, to the voice. I had a lot of nightmares for a while. But somehow, every time I heard that song, I felt a reminder, a gentle nudge, that I wasn't alone. That even when life got tough, even when things seemed unfair, there was something greater watching over me. I don't talk about the accident much. I don't often share the details because I fear people won't believe me or that they'll think I'm crazy. But the truth is, I know what I heard and I know what I felt. I know I was saved that day, and no matter how much I struggle with my emotions or life's challenges, I know I'm not alone. God knows exactly where I am, and He's looking out for me. Even in the darkest moments, when I feel lost or overwhelmed, I hold on to that truth. It's the one thing that gives me peace, the one thing that helps me keep moving forward. It was almost 5 years ago now. I had just moved into this new house, a charming two-story place on a quiet street in a small town. It was the kind of house that felt like it had good bones, solid, with hardwood floors and a big backyard. It was exactly what I wanted after all those years of apartment living. The neighborhood was peaceful, and the air was fresher than I'd ever experienced. I thought this was a fresh start, a new chapter in my life. I settled in quickly. Everything felt right. That was until the weather started to turn. It was January when I first unpacked and moved my things in, and by the time summer rolled around, I was feeling pretty good. Life was moving along. I had a job I liked, friends who kept me busy, and I was beginning to feel at home in this new house. But then, in July, something started to feel off. It wasn't anything specific at first, just a bit of fatigue, a scratch in my throat here and there. At first, I thought it was just a summer cold, maybe allergies or the result of dust settling after the move. But as the weeks dragged on, things got worse. By the beginning of August, it wasn't just a scratch in my throat anymore. I started coughing, a deep, painful cough that I couldn't shake, no matter what I did. It got worse by the day. I could barely breathe without coughing so hard that my chest ached. It wasn't just a nuisance anymore. It was a constant battle to keep my lungs from giving out. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, coughing so hard that it felt like my ribs were going to snap. At first, I tried to just power through it. I didn't want to go to the doctor, didn't want to make a big deal out of something that seemed like a simple illness. But the coughing wouldn't stop, and it started to feel harder and harder to breathe. By the end of the week, I was barely functioning. I had no energy, I was dizzy all the time, and I was coughing so much that my body felt like it was being torn apart. I finally gave in and went to the doctor. I remember sitting in that sterile office, the cold air making my skin prickle, while the doctor listened to my chest. He told me he thought I might have pneumonia, which sounded scary enough on its own. He prescribed some strong antibiotics, told me to take it easy, and if I didn't start feeling better in a couple of days, to go straight to the emergency room. "There's a bad strain of pneumonia going around," he said, his tone grave. "You need to be careful with this one." I went home and did exactly what I was told. I slept in the recliner chair on the ground floor, because it was the only position that seemed to help with the constant coughing. For 2 full days, I barely left that chair, only getting up when I needed to use the bathroom or get a glass of water. The antibiotics weren't helping, and my body was giving in. By the second night, I felt like I was suffocating. I couldn't catch my breath without breaking into a fit of coughing. I knew I needed help, so I called an ambulance. When the paramedics arrived, one of them commented that it smelled really gassy in the house. I thought it was strange, but shrugged it off. I'd had the heater running constantly to keep warm, and the smell was faint, almost like something burning. "I've had the heater on for 2 days straight," I said, trying to brush it off. It wasn't until later that I realized just how wrong that statement was. The paramedics took me to the hospital, and the tests began. Chest x-rays, blood tests, and other routine checks. But nothing stood out. They couldn't find any obvious signs of pneumonia, nothing that explained the severity of my condition. The doctor told me to go home, but to be on the lookout for any changes. It felt like they didn't know what was wrong with me. I was still struggling to breathe, still coughing uncontrollably, but there was nothing they could pinpoint. They discharged me, and I remember walking out of that hospital in the dead of night. It was 1 a.m. when I left, and the cool night air felt refreshing on my face. But as I made my way home, I started to feel worse. I had this strange sensation, like I was peeing myself, but I had no control over it. My body felt weak, my legs wobbly, and the idea of walking home didn't seem like a good one. But I had no choice. I pushed myself forward, taking it step by step, and made the 15-minute walk back to my house. It was strange walking in the dark like that, my mind foggy from the exhaustion and illness, but I was determined to get back. When I finally got home, I dragged myself upstairs. The weight of my body was too much for me to carry, so I went straight to the bathroom. I had to sit down in the shower because my legs felt like they were going to collapse beneath me. I don't know if it was the illness, the lack of sleep, or the sheer exhaustion of the day, but I couldn't keep control of my bladder. I felt humiliated, but at that moment, I didn't care. I just needed to feel some relief. The warm water hit my skin, and I sat there for who knows how long, just letting it wash over me. I finally managed to pull myself together enough to climb into bed, but I couldn't sleep. I felt like I was on the edge of some kind of collapse, but I didn't have the energy to do anything about it. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to take over. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly through the windows, and the house felt warmer than it should have. The smell was still lingering in the air, and that's when I caught a whiff of something that made my heart race. It wasn't just the typical smell of my house. There was something off about it, something chemical. I opened the windows to try and air out the house. I had been trying to keep everything closed to conserve heat during the cold nights, but now it felt like the house was suffocating me. As I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the smell, it was the fact that I still felt so sick, so out of control of my own body. I knew something had to be wrong with the house. I called a plumber, hoping that maybe something in the pipes had gone wrong. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I had to do something. The plumber came over, and I didn't know what I was hoping for. Maybe a broken pipe, maybe a clogged drain. But when he got to the kitchen and started checking the connections to the gas line, his face turned pale. "That's not right," he said. He poked around more and soon found the problem. It wasn't the pipes or a leak in the plumbing, it was the gas line. The connection to the house had been installed with the wrong kind of connection, one meant for water, not gas. Over the years, the connection had slowly worked itself loose, and gas had been leaking into the house without me even realizing it. The plumber explained that the way it was installed, it was also in an inaccessible spot in the kitchen, so I couldn't have known. The house was filled with gas, and if the heater had ignited it, the entire place could have exploded. I felt my stomach turn when I realized how close I had come to disaster. He told me I was lucky to be alive, and it wasn't until then that I fully understood just how close I had been to dying. The symptoms I had been feeling weren't just from pneumonia or a cold. The gas had been poisoning me slowly, filling my lungs with harmful chemicals. I was lucky to have gone to the hospital that night, lucky to have slept upstairs instead of staying downstairs where the gas was concentrated. The doctor had scared me with the pneumonia warnings, but it wasn't pneumonia that nearly killed me. It was the gas leak. If I hadn't gone to the hospital, if I hadn't left the recliner chair, if I hadn't slept upstairs, I would have been inhaling toxic gas all night long. I shuddered to think of what could have happened if I'd ignored my body's warning signs, if I'd stayed in that chair or slept downstairs where the gas was the heaviest. The plumber fixed the leak, but the damage had already been done. I spent weeks recovering from the chemical pneumonia, struggling to breathe, feeling the weight of it all on my chest. My lungs were scarred, and I could feel the damage every time I took a deep breath. I never fully recovered from it, but I learned to live with it. Now, when I think back on that time, I feel a deep sense of gratitude. I am grateful for the doctor's warning about the bad pneumonia strain. I am grateful that I went to the hospital that night, even though I didn't want to. And I am grateful that I wasn't in the house when the gas could have ignited. I don't take my health for granted anymore, and I never forget how close I came to losing everything. The house, the sickness, the gas. It was a stark reminder that life can change in an instant. I was lucky, and every day that I'm able to breathe clearly, I remind myself just how lucky I am to be here. I was about 11 or 12 years old when it happened. I don't really remember the exact date, but I'll never forget how everything unfolded that afternoon. I had been home alone, which, to be honest, wasn't all that uncommon. My parents both worked full-time, and although I had my social anxiety, I was used to being left alone for a few hours. I didn't love it, but I could manage. It was a Wednesday, or maybe a Tuesday. Either way, it didn't feel like anything special at first. I had been lounging on the couch in the living room, flicking through channels on the TV, but I couldn't really settle on anything. I was still at that age where I didn't have a lot of responsibilities, so it was easy to zone out and lose track of time. The house was quiet, and I felt safe, just the way I liked it. My parents had left that morning, and there were no signs of anyone being around. The house, a two-story place, felt like a fortress to me, even though it wasn't a big one. The walls, with their familiar smell of wood and old furniture, always made me feel somewhat secure. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it, a knock on the door. At first, it didn't bother me too much. It was probably a salesman, or maybe someone with a package for my parents. I wasn't too concerned, so I ignored it. I had this habit of avoiding contact with anyone, especially when I was alone. The knock came again, more persistent this time. Thud thud, 3 knocks in quick succession. My stomach tightened. I didn't like answering the door when I was alone, even if it was just someone doing their job. I couldn't explain it, but the idea of talking to someone, Even a stranger doing something normal made me uncomfortable. I had a bad habit of overthinking things, imagining the worst, and I hated that feeling. Still, I didn't move. I kept my eyes fixed on the TV, hoping whoever it was would leave. Another knock came, louder this time, and then another. Hood, hood, hood. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been about 5 minutes since the first knock. I thought that was a little weird. Usually, when someone knocked and no one answered, they'd leave, right? But this guy wasn't leaving. The knocks kept coming, more frantic now, like they were trying to get my attention. Hood, 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 hood. I could feel my heart start to beat faster in my chest. What was going on? Was the person at the door trying to make sure I was home? The thought sent a chill through me. I didn't want to open the door, but I also didn't want to seem rude. I started to wonder if it was an emergency or something, but nothing seemed right about this situation. I told myself it was probably nothing. The logical part of me tried to reassure myself that it was just the delivery person, maybe with an oversized package that needed a signature. But then again, why was he still knocking so loudly? 5 minutes had already passed, and no one else was home to answer. The knocks didn't stop. They were more insistent now, each one hitting the door with a force that made the wood creak. My hands were clammy, and my thoughts raced. I had always been paranoid, a little anxious, but something about this felt off. It was like the guy on the other side of the door wasn't just delivering a package. It felt like he was testing the door, trying to see if someone was there. I looked out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of who it was. Maybe I could figure out if it was someone I knew, but there was no one in the front yard. The window was still too high up for me to see any clear details. I could only make out the faint outline of a person standing just beyond the porch knocking. I was getting more anxious by the second. The pounding on the door continued, each knock more intense than the last. I stood up from the couch and walked slowly toward the door, but I didn't open it. I pressed my ear against it and listened carefully, but all I could hear was the muffled sound of him knocking and a few faint breaths. Thud, thud, thud. Something snapped in me then. I couldn't handle it anymore. I wasn't about to just stand there and let this go on. My mind was racing with all kinds of possibilities, and none of them were good. I didn't trust the situation, not for a second. I turned and ran down the hallway to the basement door. My father had a small workshop down there, a place where he kept all sorts of tools. I didn't even hesitate. I just rushed into the basement, grabbed a hammer from the workbench, and held it tightly in my hands. The weight of it in my grip made me feel a little safer, even though I knew it wouldn't do much if things went south. I didn't want to hide. I wanted to do something, anything. But at that moment, I felt powerless. I didn't know what else to do. The hammer felt like the only thing I could use to defend myself, even though deep down, I knew I probably wasn't in any real danger. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I crouched down behind one of the boxes in the corner of the basement, holding the hammer tightly. I could still hear the knocks from upstairs, growing louder and more desperate. I wasn't sure what the guy was thinking, but whatever it was unsettling. For what felt like an eternity, I stayed hidden, listening to the sound of those knocks reverberating through the house. Hood, hood, hood. They didn't stop. They just kept going. I don't know what I thought would happen, but all I could do was wait. I wasn't brave enough to confront the situation directly. I had always been anxious, and my social anxiety made everything feel like a potential threat. It felt like I was trapped in my own fear, unable to move. Finally, after what felt like 10 more minutes of non-stop knocking, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. I could hear my parents' voices as they got out, unaware of what had been going on while they were gone. They opened the door, and the delivery man handed the package to them. I was still hiding in the basement, my hands trembling as I gripped the hammer. I didn't move until I heard my parents come inside, talking about how they had just gotten back. I stayed there, not sure if I was relieved or still terrified by the whole situation. My parents seemed to think nothing of it, assuming the delivery guy had just knocked and left the package with them, as if everything had been perfectly normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I knew the knocking had lasted far too long, far longer than any delivery should have taken. I wondered if he had seen me sitting on the couch through the window and kept knocking because he wanted to make sure I was home. Maybe he thought I was ignoring him, or maybe he just had nothing better to do. I'll never know. I didn't mention it to my parents. They wouldn't have understood, and maybe I didn't even want to explain it. I just kept it to myself, feeling unsettled for days afterward. That moment still creeps into my mind from time to time. I wonder if he was just a delivery man doing his job, or if there was something more to it. Maybe he had been trying to get a response, trying to catch my attention for reasons I'll never understand. Either way, the memory sticks with me. That long, relentless knocking will always be a part of the way I see the world now, a reminder that sometimes things just don't add up, and you can't always explain what feels wrong. Looking back, I know the whole situation could have been harmless, but I still wonder why the knocking went on for so long. Why didn't he just leave after the first few minutes? What made him so determined to get my attention? I've never been the type to scare easily, at least not in the way some people get freaked out. I grew up in the woods, spent more time hunting, fishing, and just being outdoors than most people I knew. But this one night, that all changed. It started out like any other hunting trip with my dad. We left the house in the early morning to catch the cool air before the sun came up. Dad always said the best time to hunt was early, and I wasn't one to argue. We got to our spot, a patch of forest on our property that we'd hunted for years. My dad had built a small blind on the edge of a clearing where the deer often grazed. I remember the scent of the pines in the air and the soft crunch of the dry leaves underfoot as we made our way through the woods. We settled in and waited. Hours passed. The sun slowly climbed higher in the sky, burning off the mist that had settled over the forest in the early hours of the morning. I was sitting quietly, watching the clearing, my rifle resting on my lap. I wasn't expecting anything to show up until later in the day, but sometimes you get lucky. That day we did. It was late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the woods. We'd been sitting for almost 6 hours, and just when I was starting to get restless, I saw it. A buck, tall, strong, and moving cautiously toward the clearing. Its ears flicked back and forth, but it didn't seem to notice us right away. I whispered to my dad, letting him know it was there. He nodded, and I raised my rifle. I'd been practicing a lot, so my aim was steady as I took the shot. The crack of the rifle echoed in the trees, the sound sharp in the quiet of the woods. The deer went down with a quick, clean shot. Dad smiled. "Nice shot," he said, but his voice was low, like he didn't want to make too much noise. The excitement of the kill faded quickly, and reality settled in. The light was starting to fade, and we still had a lot of work to do. My dad looked at me and made a quick decision. "I'll gut it. You go grab the truck. We don't want to drag it out of here in the dark." I agreed, grabbing my jacket and heading back toward the trail that led back to the house. The trail wasn't long, just a couple hundred yards or so, but it was narrow and winding, cutting through thick woods. It wasn't a place you'd want to be after dark, but I wasn't too worried. I'd walked it 100 times before. As I walked, I could hear the faint rustling of the wind in the trees above me. The trail was shadowed, the light barely reaching the ground through the canopy of leaves. The air had that crisp feeling to it, the kind that comes just before it gets too cold for comfort. Then I heard it, a noise. Faint at first, almost like a footstep. But it wasn't my dad, he was back at the deer. The sound was coming from behind me, just off to the side of the trail. I stopped for a moment, listening. It was faint, but it was definitely there. The sound of something walking, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. I thought it was my dad, maybe catching up to me. He had a habit of sneaking up on me like that sometimes, and I figured he was just messing around, trying to catch me off guard. "Very funny, Dad," I called out, laughing nervously to myself. I didn't turn around. I wasn't scared. At least, I didn't think I was. But there was no answer. The woods were silent again, save for the usual sounds of the wind and the rustling leaves. I shook my head, telling myself it was nothing. Then, I heard it again, this time closer. The distinct sound of footsteps crunching in the leaves, unmistakable and deliberate. My heart skipped a beat. It was too close to be my dad. I stood still for a moment, trying to listen. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't alone out here. My first instinct was to turn around, but something told me not to. I couldn't explain why, but I felt it in my gut. It was a strange feeling, one that told me if I looked, if I saw whatever was behind me, I might not like what I found. Then, just as I was about to take a step forward, I heard a twig snap. It was loud, too loud. The kind of snap that would happen if something heavy was walking through the woods, something big. My heart pounded in my chest, and my instincts kicked in. I turned and bolted down the trail, running as fast as I could. My feet pounded against the ground. my breath coming in quick gasps as I pushed myself harder and harder. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. I wasn't stopping, not until I was safe at home. I ran all the way back to the house, not daring to look behind me. The trees blurred as I ran past them, my legs burning with the effort. When I finally reached the driveway, I slowed down, gasping for air. I looked over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, anything, emerge from the woods. But there was nothing. The night was still and quiet. The kind of stillness that feels wrong after something that unsettling. I didn't stop there. I went inside, my heart still racing in my chest. I found my mom in the kitchen, and without thinking, I told her what happened. She didn't ask for many details, but when I told her about the noise, about the footsteps, she got up immediately. I could see the concern in her eyes. She didn't waste any time getting her jacket, and we both headed out to find my dad. When we got to the edge of the woods, I told her exactly where I had been, where I heard the noise. She stayed close as we walked toward the deer, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The woods seemed different now, darker, more oppressive. It was like they were watching us. I wanted to get to my dad quickly, but my feet felt like they were stuck in the dirt. When we found him, he was still by the deer, working on it. He didn't seem to notice the tension in the air. I looked at him, still trying to catch my breath, and asked the question that had been bothering me. "Dad, were you behind me when I was walking back?" I heard someone. He paused, looking up at me with a confused expression. "No, I was still here, cleaning the deer," he said, his voice calm, but his eyes narrowed. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. "Then who?" I didn't finish the question. I didn't need to. My mind was already racing, trying to make sense of it. But I couldn't. We got the deer back to the house, but the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me. Something I couldn't see. Something that was following me. To this day, I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was a deer or a coyote. Maybe it was something else entirely. I've told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the mind, a result of being out in the woods too long. But deep down, I know I'll never be sure. That night changed the way I see the woods. I used to walk those trails without a second thought. But now, whenever I'm out there after dark, I can't help but feel like I'm being watched. I don't go into the woods at night anymore. Not after what happened. Not after that feeling of being followed, of something being just out of sight, waiting. I guess I'll never know what it was that was behind me that night. And maybe it's better that way. Some things are better left unanswered. It had been a long day. I had arrived in Ukiah, California, after a 4-hour drive, and my body ached from the hours of sitting behind the wheel. I wasn't here for a vacation, but work, and work in my line of business wasn't always glamorous. The hotel was one of those cheap, no-frills places, the kind that served its purpose but wasn't anything to write home about. The rooms were clean enough, but there was a strange vibe to the place. Maybe it was the strange stillness of the area or just the general lack of any real charm, but it felt like the kind of place where something could go wrong. Still, I was tired and didn't want to waste time finding somewhere else, so I checked in and went straight to my room on the bottom floor. I was exhausted. My brain felt like it was still processing everything from the drive, and by the time I got into bed, I couldn't even remember if I'd set an alarm. It didn't matter. I was so ready to sleep that I collapsed almost immediately, sinking into the mattress and pulling the covers over my head. The sound of the occasional car passing by outside was faint, just enough to keep me aware that the world was still turning, but not enough to keep me from falling into a deep, almost drugged sleep. Then it came, the pounding on the window. At first, I thought it was part of some strange dream, something my half-conscious mind had cooked up. The blows were heavy, quick, like someone was trying to break through the glass. My heart rate spiked as my mind struggled to understand what was happening. I couldn't make sense of it at first. The sound was too loud, too frantic. I stayed frozen for a few moments, hoping it would stop, thinking maybe it was just a freak occurrence. But then I heard the screaming. It was impossible to describe. It wasn't like a normal scream, no sharp, human sound. It was ragged, guttural, and inhuman, something more like an animal in pain. The sounds morphed quickly from screams to cries to angry growls, the tone of the voice shifting wildly as it pounded on the window. The sound was so raw, so desperate, that for a moment I couldn't understand how anyone could make that noise and still be alive. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my brain started to catch up with the situation. It was no longer a dream. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was out there. Someone was trying to get in. I shot up from the bed and instinctively hit the floor, my mind still foggy from sleep, trying to process the situation. My gun. I needed my gun. My thoughts were a mess, but my training kicked in. I reached for the small bag next to my bed, fumbling with the zipper as I grabbed the firearm I kept on hand for work. The weight of it felt comforting, but it didn't stop the wave of terror that washed over me. I felt naked in the moment, in nothing but my underwear, sitting in the dark, completely vulnerable. The pounding continued, relentless, and the sounds outside escalated. The person, if it was even a person, wasn't giving up. The terror I felt in that moment was overwhelming. I was supposed to be safe. This was a hotel, a place where you go to rest. But now, I wasn't even sure I was safe in my own room. I didn't want to turn on the lights. I couldn't afford to let whoever was out there know I was inside. I stayed low, behind the bed, my hand tightly gripping my gun. The screams continued, mixed with what I could only describe as animalistic sounds. They weren't making any sense. The person outside wasn't talking. They were screaming, howling, making guttural noises that seemed to come from deep within their chest. I couldn't understand what was happening. It felt like it was dragging on forever, each moment more suffocating than the last. The banging on the window didn't stop. It was a constant, punishing sound, and I felt my pulse quicken as I waited for whatever was about to happen. Was this person going to break through? What were they after? My mind spun in circles, each thought leading to another horrible possibility. Then, I remembered the phone. I didn't want to make a sound, but I couldn't just sit there. I had to do something. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, still keeping as low as I could. My fingers were shaking, but I managed to dial the front desk. When I heard the voice on the other end, I felt a small rush of relief. A voice, a person on the other end of the line. Someone who could help. "Hello," the voice said, soft and sweet, like she wasn't fully awake either. "Help. I need help. Someone's outside my window. They're pounding on the glass. Screaming. I don't know what they're doing, but they're trying to get in." There was a pause. Then, in that calm, almost too calm voice, the woman replied, "I'll take care of it, honey. Don't worry." Her words did little to ease the tension in my chest. I wasn't sure how much I trusted her calm demeanor. I hadn't heard sirens yet, no indication that anyone had called the police, but I didn't dare question her. I was alone, and I needed help. I was hoping that she knew what she was doing. The pounding on the window didn't stop. It didn't even slow down. If anything, it got worse. Whoever it was, they were getting more desperate, more frantic. The moaning, the cries, they were worse now, more distorted. I could hear them pacing outside the window, the sound of feet shuffling in the dirt, the occasional scrape of something against the building. I stayed low, my firearm in my hands, ready for anything, but the longer it went on, the more I questioned my own readiness. Was this really happening? I had never been more on edge in my life. Everything felt wrong. The fact that this was happening in the dead of night, in the middle of nowhere, only made it worse. Then, as quickly as it had started, the noise stopped. There was no more pounding, no more screams, no more cries. For a few seconds, I stayed frozen, waiting for something to happen, for a sign that whatever had been outside my window was still out there. But it was silent, dead silent. My breath was shallow, my mind racing. I didn't dare get up. I didn't dare move. The sound of the woman's voice came back over the phone. "It's over now, honey. They're gone." I still didn't believe it. I didn't believe that it was over. I wasn't sure what had happened or why it had happened, but I wasn't going to risk it. I waited, still lying there, gun in hand, my body trembling. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I stood up, slowly, cautiously, and crept to the window. I didn't dare open the blinds. I just peered through the small gap in the curtain. Nothing. There was nothing out there. The streetlights outside were still, casting long shadows across the parking lot. It was quiet, too quiet. I stood there for a long time, trying to process everything that had happened. My mind kept going back to the sounds, the way they weren't human, the way they didn't make sense. It was like someone was either in a state of absolute despair or complete madness. But either way, I didn't want to know who or what had been outside my window. When I finally did move, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stepped into the hall, feeling exposed, the hallway light flickering above me. My heart was still racing. I could hear my own footsteps echo in the empty hallway as I made my way to the front desk. Mabel, the older woman behind the counter, looked up at me when I walked in. She smiled, almost too brightly, as if everything was fine. She didn't seem shaken, didn't seem to think anything out of the ordinary had happened. "Well, Han, by the time I went out there to chase them off, I didn't see anyone," she said, her voice soft but steady. "Homeless folks like to congregate at the Walmart across the street. Rooms close to there tend to get noisy, you know." I stared at her, confused, my stomach twisting into knots. I couldn't process what she was saying. She'd just gone out there alone. She'd just walked into that situation without a second thought. My mind couldn't make sense of it. Damn it, Mabel. If I'd known you were going to go out there alone, I would have just handled it myself. You're absolutely insane. But she just smiled. "Oh, I'm used to it, Han. Don't worry about it. You're safe now." I wasn't so sure, but I didn't argue. There was nothing I could do to change what had happened. That night, I didn't sleep well. The whole experience had left me shaken, and every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear the pounding, the cries, the animalistic sounds. I told myself that it was over, that it was nothing more than a random encounter with a troubled person. But deep down, I knew that the next time I stayed in a hotel, I wouldn't be so eager to take a room on the bottom floor. The whole experience had opened my eyes to how vulnerable we really are when we least expect it. In my line of work, I'm prepared for a lot, but nothing can really prepare you for a moment like that. There's nothing like being caught off guard when you're at your most vulnerable. And as I left Ukiah the next morning, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd ever truly be able to shake the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, even if it was just for a night. I was 17 when it happened, a Halloween night I'll never forget. The night was supposed to be fun, full of costumes and laughter. I had gone out with a group of friends to a park where we set up a Halloween party. There were pumpkins, fake cobwebs, spooky music, and more candy than we could eat. It was the kind of night that seemed perfect for celebrating the holiday, dressing up, hanging out, and just having a good time. But something changed when we were packing up, and it wasn't the kind of change I could have ever prepared for. One of the girls in our group, Sam, realized she had left her wallet back at her place. She didn't want to walk back by herself, and though we were all a bit tired and ready to head home, I told her I'd go with her. We lived in a small town, and everything was pretty close together, but that didn't stop me from feeling that strange tension in the air that night. The night felt heavier than usual, the air thick with cold, the shadows from the streetlights stretching long and dark, like fingers reaching for something. Sam and I walked together down the sidewalk, chatting as we always did, but I could feel something nagging at me, an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake. Maybe it was just because it was late, or maybe it was the fact that Halloween night tends to carry its own energy, but I couldn't ignore it. We turned a corner, heading toward her building. Her apartment was only a few blocks away, but the feeling of unease only grew stronger as we approached. It was then that we saw them. A group of guys standing across the street, wearing masks, those anonymous white masks that look unsettlingly blank. At first, I thought they were just part of the Halloween crowd. Maybe they were on their way to a party too. But then, one of them turned and locked eyes with me. I felt my stomach drop. It was the kind of look that made your blood run cold. They had baseball bats. Not the kind you use to play sports, but the kind that looked too big, too heavy, like they were meant for something other than just hitting a ball. I don't know how to describe it, but the moment they noticed us, everything changed. It wasn't even something that happened suddenly. It was more like a shift, a quiet realization that we weren't safe anymore. I felt it, and I knew Sam did too, because I saw the panic flash across her face. Without thinking, I grabbed her arm, and we both started walking faster, trying to keep our distance, trying to move as quickly as possible without looking like we were running. But we weren't fast enough. The group split, forming two smaller groups. One group moved ahead, cutting off our path, while the other came up behind us. I could hear their footsteps getting closer, the sound of their boots against the pavement sending a shiver down my spine. I turned to Sam, trying to stay calm. We didn't know what to do. Running had crossed my mind, but we were in a residential area now, and the last thing I wanted was to draw attention or get cornered somewhere. But before I could make any kind of decision, they were on us. The group that had been behind us had closed in, and I could feel the air get thick with tension as they surrounded us. Sam was fumbling with her phone, trying to get the building's door unlocked. But with every second that ticked by, I could feel the knot in my stomach tighten. I knew we weren't just dealing with pranksters anymore. These guys were different. There was something in their eyes, something cold, something that made my skin crawl. I turned and looked at Sam, trying to say something to calm her down, but my voice caught in my throat. I couldn't even get the words out. The taller guy in the group, the one with the most intimidating mask, stepped right up to me, his face inches from mine. His breath smelled like cigarettes, heavy and bitter. He reached out, his hand gripping my chin in a way that made my heart race. His fingers felt like iron on my skin, cold and hard, and I couldn't move. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't even breathe for a moment. All I could hear was the pounding of my heart in my ears, the rush of blood in my face, and the sound of my shallow breathing. He looked down at me, his eyes wide behind the mask, as if studying me. Then, with a voice that sent a chill down my spine, he said, "I like your face." It wasn't just a compliment. It was a statement, a declaration that made my blood run cold. There was something in the way he said it that made me feel like I was prey. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do, but I couldn't think straight. I wanted to scream, to fight back, to do something, but I was frozen in place. And then, like a sudden shift, the door behind us opened. Sam had somehow managed to get it unlocked, and before I knew it, I felt her pulling me, practically throwing me inside. I stumbled backward, my heart racing, my body shaking as I fell right into the hallway, landing hard on my butt. The door slammed behind me with a force that made the walls rattle. For a moment, I didn't move. I just sat there, gasping for air, my hands trembling. Sam was beside me, her face pale, her eyes wide. I looked at her, not knowing what to say, but I didn't need to. The fear was written all over her face, just like it was on mine. We both knew what had almost happened, but it wasn't over. The guys on the other side of the door didn't leave. I could hear them, pounding on the door, yelling at us, threatening us. I couldn't make out the words, but it didn't matter. The anger in their voices was enough to tell me that they weren't going to let this go easily. Sam moved quickly, trying to push the door shut, but it didn't close right away. I saw her shoulder slam into it as she put every ounce of strength into making sure it stayed shut. There was a sickening thud as the door hit the frame, and I could feel the weight of it through my whole body. I wasn't sure how long we sat there, in that hallway, just listening to the chaos outside, but the pounding eventually stopped. The sound of the guys yelling faded, their footsteps growing distant. We sat there, huddled together, not speaking, just breathing heavily in the quiet. The tension, the fear, it was suffocating. The air felt thick, and every second that passed felt like an eternity. Eventually, Sam spoke, her voice quiet, almost shaky. "We're safe," she said, but I could tell she didn't believe it. Not really. Neither did I. We didn't sleep that night. We didn't even try. Every little noise, every shadow seemed to remind us of what had almost happened. It was like the fear was still lingering, hanging in the air. I didn't want to go outside, not even to check if the guys were still around. I wasn't sure how much time passed before we heard sirens in the distance, but I didn't feel much better knowing that help had come. It was over for now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't really over. That night changed me. It changed both of us. We were no longer the same. We were more aware, more cautious, more afraid. Halloween had always been a fun holiday for me, one that was about costumes, candy, and mischief. But now, every year when it came around, I couldn't help but remember that night. That feeling of being trapped, of not knowing what was going to happen next, and the sheer helplessness that comes with being surrounded and unable to escape. It was just a Halloween night. It was supposed to be fun, but it ended up being one of the scariest moments of my life, one that I'll never forget. I had a dog named Bella. She wasn't just a pet. She was my companion, my constant friend. I had raised her from when she was only 8 months old, just a tiny, scruffy thing with big, hopeful eyes and a wagging tail. We grew up together, and over the years, she became the one living being I could rely on, the one that never judged me. She was there through everything, the good and the bad. And there was a lot of bad. I had always kept to myself. I was no contact with most of my family, and for most of her life, it was just me and her. I was escaping from an abusive living situation when I adopted her in 2017. I'd been through a lot, and she was my escape, my comfort. We shared our lives quietly, just the two of us, in our own world. She was with me through the darkest times, offering nothing but love, loyalty, and comfort. In return, I did everything I could to make her life happy. I fed her the best food, kept her healthy with regular vet visits, made sure she got plenty of exercise, and most importantly, made sure she knew how much she meant to me. By the time Bella turned 10, she was still as vibrant and full of life as ever. I had taken her to the vet for her checkup a few months before, and the doctor had told me she was in amazing health for her age. No issues, no concerns. Bella was still acting like a playful, energetic dog. She would run around with her favorite squeaky toy, jump up on the couch to snuggle with me, and wag her tail at the sight of her leash. I could never have imagined that anything could go wrong. But one morning in early October 2021, everything changed. That day started like any other. Bella woke me up with her usual excitement, tail wagging, eyes bright and eager. She brought me her favorite toy, an old, squeaky tennis ball that had seen better days. I threw it for her, and she chased after it with that familiar speed and enthusiasm. But then, in an instant, something shifted. Bella stopped running. Her body swayed back and forth like she was losing her balance. Her eyes grew unfocused, and she just stood there, wobbling on her paws. I called her name softly, but she didn't respond. I thought maybe she was just a little disoriented, that it was nothing more than a brief moment of dizziness. But then she slowly lowered her head and laid down on the floor, her body stiff and unresponsive. I knelt beside her, calling her name again, but she just lay there, barely moving. At first, I thought she was just tired, but then I saw it, the lethargy in her eyes, the sudden shift in her energy. Bella wasn't herself. This wasn't just a normal slump after playtime. Something was horribly wrong. I immediately called my roommate, who rushed to my side to help. I tried to comfort Bella, stroking her fur and whispering to her, but it felt like she was slipping away. I couldn't tell if it was a seizure or something else, but I knew I had to act fast. My roommate tried calling the emergency vet, but every single place we reached out to was at least 30 minutes away and had an hour-long wait. Every single one seemed indifferent to the urgency of the situation. I could feel my anxiety rising as time passed with no help in sight. Bella was fading right in front of me, and no one seemed to care. We rushed around, trying to figure out what to do, but nothing felt right. I kept trying to comfort Bella, holding her in my lap, but she barely responded. Her breathing was slow, labored, and she started to become incontinent, her body betraying her in ways I had never seen before. I couldn't understand why this was happening. I had always taken care of her, and she had always been so healthy. I thought we had more time together. I thought about taking her to the emergency room myself, but I knew the trip would be too far. It would take too long, and I was terrified that by the time we arrived, she would be gone. In those moments, I felt completely helpless. I hated myself for not being able to do more. I couldn't even get her the help she needed. I couldn't save her. As the minutes dragged on, Bella's condition worsened. Her eyes started to close, her breathing growing more shallow. She looked like she was slipping into a deep sleep, but I knew deep down that she wasn't just sleeping. My heart shattered as I realized she was fading, slowly, painfully, and there was nothing I could do about it. Within minutes, her body went still. My roommate, desperate and panicked, tried CPR, pressing on her chest, breathing into her mouth, but it was too late. Bella was gone. Her heart had stopped. I held her in my arms, her body limp and cold, and I couldn't stop crying. She was the one constant in my life, the one thing I had relied on through everything, and now she was gone. I had never felt more alone. The next few days were a blur of anger, grief, and frustration. I couldn't understand how everything had happened so quickly. I had just played with her that morning, and now she was gone. I spoke to a vet who explained that the symptoms Bella had shown, loss of balance, lethargy, incontinence, were consistent with heart failure. It made sense, but it didn't make me feel any better. Maybe she wouldn't have survived even if we had gotten her to the vet in time, but that wasn't what hurt the most. What hurt the most was the feeling that no one had cared, that no one had been willing to help when I needed it the most. Every emergency vet we called was indifferent, apathetic, like they couldn't be bothered to help a dying dog. It wasn't just that I couldn't get her help in time. It was the way they treated the situation, like it was just another case to deal with, nothing urgent. I felt completely betrayed by the system I had trusted, the people I had reached out to in desperation. I hated the way they acted like it didn't matter, like Bella's life didn't matter. I tried to reach out to people for comfort, but the only thing I got was the same tired, meaningless platitudes. At least she passed quickly. Best of a bad situation. Everyone acted like I should just be grateful that she didn't suffer longer. But that wasn't what I needed. That wasn't what I wanted to hear. I didn't want to hear that there was a silver lining. There wasn't. My dog was gone, and there was nothing anyone could say to fix it. People had no idea what it was like to lose her, to have her be the one constant in my life, and to watch her die without the help she needed. I didn't want anyone to tell me that it was okay when it wasn't. In March, I brought home another dog. I didn't want to, but I felt like I needed someone, to fill the hole that Bella had left. This new dog, Penny, was sweet and gentle, but every time I look at her, I can't shake the fear. I'm paranoid about her health now, paranoid that something could go wrong, that I won't be able to get help in time. I'm terrified of losing her the same way I lost Bella. I don't trust vets anymore, not after everything that happened. What if Penny gets sick, and the same thing happens? What if no one cares again? I find myself holding Penny too tightly sometimes, watching her every move, checking to make sure she's okay. I've become hypervigilant, fearful of the same kind of loss, and yet, I know deep down that there's nothing I can do to stop it. All I can do is love her as best as I can and hope that, when the time comes, I can at least get her the help she needs. But even with Penny, there's a lingering emptiness that hasn't gone away. I miss Bella every day. I miss her loyalty, her companionship, the way she would nuzzle against me when I felt down. She was more than just a dog. She was my family, and now she's gone, taken from me by something I couldn't control. The anger and sadness still simmer beneath the surface, a reminder of how easily everything can slip away. I try not to think about it too much, but it's impossible not to. Bella's absence is a hole that can't be filled, and I'm still learning to live with the pain. Sometimes life is just shitty, and there's no silver lining. It doesn't always get better. Sometimes you lose the one thing that means the most to you, and all you're left with is the ache of what you've lost. I still can't quite get over what happened a few nights ago. It's not the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, but it definitely shook me, and it left me with a sense of unease I can't quite shake. What's even worse is that I have proof of it. I posted a video online, hoping someone could explain what I'd been hearing for weeks. Turns out, it was worse than I could have imagined. It all started a couple of weeks ago. It was late, around 2 a.m., and I was outside, doing what I do most nights, smoking. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular. It was a quiet night, too quiet, but then I heard it. A loud, screeching noise, cutting through the stillness. It sounded like something from a nightmare. I froze. Whatever it wasn't something I could easily identify. It was too harsh, too guttural. The kind of sound that makes you think something's in danger, something's dying. It sent a chill straight down my spine. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what could make such a noise, but all I could think of was something terrible. Maybe an animal in pain. Or worse, something predatory. I turned around so fast, my heart hammering, and I immediately went inside. I didn't care about finishing my cigarette. I locked the door behind me, trying to shake the feeling of panic that had gripped me. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination or if something had been out there, but it felt real. The next few nights, I heard the same thing. Every single night. It wasn't always in the same spot, but it was always there, sometimes close, sometimes further off in the distance. But it was always that same screeching, like something was in extreme distress. Each time, I'd find myself darting inside, heart racing, wondering what in the world could be making such an awful sound. Sometimes I thought I could hear it moving through the trees. Other times it seemed to echo from one side of the neighborhood to the other. But it was the same every night. It became part of my nightly routine. I couldn't ignore it anymore. So a few weeks into hearing the screeching, I decided to do something I never thought I'd do. I grabbed my phone and recorded the noise. If nothing else, maybe I could get some answers. Maybe someone online would know what it was. It was almost like I needed to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind, or that I wasn't the only one hearing this. I uploaded the video to Reddit, hoping for a simple explanation. I figured maybe it was some sort of animal, or maybe even a prankster, but I wasn't expecting what happened next. The guesses came pouring in, but nothing concrete stood out. Some people thought it was a coyote, others said it might be a fox or some sort of bird, and a few people swore it sounded like a person in distress. There were even a couple of wild guesses about it being some sort of bizarre prank or a strange bird call, but the more I heard, the more it just felt wrong. It didn't sit well with me. but I tried to forget about it. Life went on. I stopped worrying so much, though I couldn't entirely shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The screeching kept happening every night. And just as I'd gotten used to it, something happened that made everything far too real. It was 3 nights ago. I was sitting in my office, doing some work, when I heard a noise coming from down the hall. My son, who was probably around 10 at the time, came bursting into the room, looking completely frantic. His eyes were wide, his face pale. "Dad, it sounds like someone's dying outside," he said, out of breath. At first, I thought maybe he had a bad dream or something, but I could tell by the look on his face that this wasn't just a childish exaggeration. His voice had an edge to it, like he had heard something that rattled him too. I turned off the music I had playing and listened, really listened. And there it was, that screeching. But this time it was different. It wasn't just some distant echo, it was right outside his window, so close that it felt like it was in the room with us. The sound was deafening, and it felt like it was vibrating the very walls of the house. The screech was like nothing I'd ever heard before. There was a rawness to it, something primal, something feral. I don't know why, but I didn't panic. I felt the adrenaline hit immediately, and I knew I had to check it out. I didn't want my son to be scared, but deep down, I knew I needed to figure out what the hell was going on. I reached over and flipped the light off in his room, trying to keep the area as dark as possible. If it was something dangerous, I wanted to be ready. I grabbed the flashlight that I always keep nearby, big, powerful, the kind that could light up a whole yard at night, and I slowly made my way to the window. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I peered outside, shining the beam of light into the dark yard. I wasn't prepared for what I saw. There, just outside the window, was a massive figure. It was large, easily twice the size of any regular house cat, and it was crouched down, staring directly into the window. Its fur looked thick, almost like it had been out there for a while. Its eyes glowed a faint yellow in the light, almost like they were reflecting the beam of the flashlight. A mountain lion. I couldn't believe it at first. It was huge, its body sleek and powerful looking. It was making that horrible screeching noise, almost like it was communicating or warning something, though I couldn't tell what. I couldn't believe my eyes. I wasn't expecting this. Not in my neighborhood. Not this close to where I lived. I felt my heart rate spike, but I didn't want to make any sudden movements. I didn't know if it had seen me, but I wasn't about to test it. Slowly, I pulled the flashlight back, shining it toward the ground, and waited for what felt like an eternity. The screeching continued, but the lion didn't move. It was just there, watching, making that noise over and over again. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to startle it, but I also didn't want it to feel like it was cornered. I stood there frozen for a long time. Eventually, I decided to try one more thing. I shone the light back toward the lion, and as soon as the beam hit its eyes again, it reacted. The screeching stopped instantly, and the lion darted off into the woods with the same stealth it had arrived with. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared. I didn't move right away. I couldn't. I stayed there, in the dark, processing what had just happened. I'd never thought in a million years I'd have a mountain lion outside my son's bedroom window. It was too surreal. My son was silent, standing next to me, his eyes wide as he processed the same thing. Neither of us said a word. After a few moments, I turned to him. "You okay?" I asked quietly, though I didn't need to ask. His face said it all. We both stood there in silence for a few more minutes before I finally decided to call it in. I contacted animal control, told them about what I'd seen, and they advised me to stay inside and lock up for the night. They promised to send someone out to check the area in the morning, but they didn't seem too concerned. They said it wasn't uncommon for mountain lions to wander into suburban areas, but they usually kept to themselves and didn't pose a direct threat unless provoked. I didn't sleep much that night. In fact, I barely slept at all. I kept thinking about that screeching, the way it echoed through the night, and how close it had been. I thought about how the lion hadn't seemed scared at all. It didn't run off because of a noise or a sudden movement. It ran off because I shined the light on it. It was like it had been doing its own thing, completely unaware of us, until that moment. The next morning, the animal control officer showed up and took a quick look around, but by then, the lion was long gone. They told me that they would put up some warning signs around the area and keep an eye out for any other reports, but honestly, I didn't feel any better. I had no idea if that was the same mountain lion that had been making the screeching noises every night. But after that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if it hadn't left? What if it had gotten closer? What if it had decided to stick around for a while longer? I live in a semi-urban area, not deep in the woods. Sure, there are parks and trees, but this wasn't the kind of place you expect to find something like a mountain lion wandering around. I kept telling myself it was just a coincidence, that we had gotten unlucky that night. But there was still something unsettling about it. To this day, I can't help but wonder if that mountain lion has come back, or if it's still out there somewhere waiting. I hear that screeching noise every now and then, but now I know exactly what it is. And I don't think I'll ever forget that night. Not as long as I live here. And as for my son, he's still nervous about it too. He hasn't been sleeping too well since then, and honestly, neither have I. The feeling that something's out there, just beyond your door, is a hard one to shake. I don't know if what I saw when I was younger was something my mind just made up, or if there was something else going on, but I still think about it. Sometimes, when I look back, I wonder if I just misinterpreted things, or if maybe it was some sort of weird trick my mind played on me. Either way, it scared me, and no matter how much time passes, it still haunts me in a way. It all started when I was around 7 years old, spending the weekend at my dad's place. He was living in this old house, not huge, but it felt big when I was a kid, and it always felt colder than it should have been. He had a roommate back then, but the guy worked nights, so I rarely saw him. It was just me, my dad, and the occasional roommate I barely interacted with. That night, I woke up out of nowhere. I didn't really have a reason for it. I wasn't thirsty or anything. I just woke up, like someone had turned on a switch. At first, everything was just dark, like it should have been at 2 in the morning. I glanced around the room, trying to adjust my eyes to the dark. I could hear my dad snoring from the other side of the room, which was comforting in a way, but there was something off. As I looked toward the doorway of my bedroom, I saw it. This figure. It was a black mass, like a silhouette of a person, but it was different. The way it stood there was wrong. Its hands were raised up in the air, like it was saying surprise, but it didn't feel like a joke. It was the way it was positioned, almost as if it had been waiting there for me to wake up, and when I did, it was ready to make itself known. I froze, my body stiffened in fear. It was like my brain couldn't process what it was seeing. I didn't know if it was a person, a shadow, or something else, but I couldn't look away. The longer I stared at it, the more I realized it wasn't just a trick of the light. It was real. In a moment of panic, I pulled the blankets over my head, thinking that if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. I stayed there, motionless, my heart pounding. I don't know how long I stayed under those covers, but it felt like forever. After what seemed like an eternity, I dared to peek out from under the blanket, just enough to see the doorway again. The figure was gone. I don't know if it had moved or if it had never really been there in the first place, but when I looked again, nothing was there. The room seemed exactly how it had been before. Just the darkness, my dad still snoring, and everything else the same. I didn't know if I had imagined it or if it was real, but I couldn't bring myself to fall back asleep that night. Over the next few days, I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. A few months passed, and I pushed it out of my mind. But then one night, it happened again. I was about 8 years old by then. It was around 9 p.m., and I was getting ready for bed. The house was quiet, and I was playing with my stuffed animals, trying to settle in. I don't know what made me look up, but when I did, there it was again, the same black figure, walking into my room. It didn't hurry or move fast. It just glided in, like it was floating rather than walking. It didn't stop in the doorway like last time. It just walked across the room, almost like it was looking for something. I watched frozen, as it seemed to disappear into thin air, vanishing the same way it had before. It wasn't like it faded out. It was as if it just wasn't there anymore. Again, I pulled the covers over my head, my heart racing. I didn't move the entire night. The rest of the night passed in silence, but I couldn't sleep. I don't think I even dared to peek from under the blanket until morning. A year later, when I was 9, I had my third encounter with the figure. This time, I wasn't even in my own bed. My dad had gotten a new bed, and he had asked me to sleep in his room with him while he got ready. I was just lying there, waiting, when I glanced over at the nightstand beside the bed. I don't know why I looked there, but when I did, there it was again. The same figure, sitting on the door of the cabinet under the nightstand. It wasn't standing like before. It was just sitting there, like it was resting. This time, I could make out the shape more clearly. It didn't look human. It didn't have features or details like a person would. It was just a black mass, but somehow it felt wrong. Like it was something that shouldn't be. I don't know why, but I couldn't look away. I don't even remember what happened after that. I just remember feeling a sense of dread, but I can't explain why. All I know is that after that, I never saw it again, at least not in the same way. I convinced myself that I was just imagining things, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But a few years later, when I was around 10 or 11, I caught something strange on video. I had gotten a tablet for my birthday, and one day, I decided I wanted to make a YouTube video. I wasn't doing anything exciting. I just wanted to show how to make something out of Legos. It was the middle of the day, so I wasn't expecting anything weird to happen. I recorded myself talking, explaining what I was doing, and then I ended the video. I went to the bathroom and came back, thinking nothing of it. When I played the video back, everything seemed normal, but as I listened closely, I heard it. A faint noise in the background. It was a low, almost inaudible sound, like a strange noise. I didn't hear it while recording, but it was definitely there when I played the video. It made my skin crawl. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs and showed my dad. He listened to it, but he didn't seem as freaked out as I was. He said it was probably just some noise from the house, maybe the air conditioning or something. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else. When I uploaded the video to YouTube, it was under my school account, and a few days later, I got a message asking me to take it down. I didn't think much of it at the time, school policies and all. But when I went back to look for the video a couple of years later, it was gone. Like someone had deleted it. I don't know if it was my imagination, or if there was something else going on, but those encounters always stuck with me. I never saw the figure again after that third time, but I couldn't help but wonder if it was still out there somewhere. It never felt like a ghost or anything supernatural, but it was something unsettling. Maybe it was just my mind messing with me, but when I look back at those times, it doesn't feel like I was just imagining it. I can't explain it, but I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. I don't think I'll ever fully understand what happened. Maybe it was just my mind, maybe it was something else. But those experiences, they left me with a feeling that I couldn't shake. It was like there was something in that house, something that watched, something that waited. And maybe, just maybe, it's still out there. I spent most of my life at my grandmother's house. For a long time, it was my world. She was the one who raised me, babysitting, being my summer camp, my everyday. I didn't know any better. That was just how things were. She lived in a small, rundown house on the edge of town, tucked away between two overgrown fields, surrounded by trees that shaded everything from the sun and gave the whole place a permanent sense of gloom. The kind of place you always felt like something was watching you, even when you were alone. My grandma, well, she wasn't like other grandmas. She didn't bake cookies or let me stay up late to watch TV. She was cold. So cold that it was like you couldn't be in the same room with her for too long. If she was in the living room, you had to stay in the back room or go outside. If she was in the back room, well, you better be in the living room or outside. There was never a time we were allowed to be near her for long. She was a woman of rules, and her rules were harsh, demanding, and suffocating. I remember the first time I really noticed it. I was about 5, maybe 6, when I tried to get close to her as she was sitting in her rocking chair, a blanket over her legs. I crawled up to her, ready for a hug, but she pulled away. There wasn't a word or a look. She just moved out of reach, and I learned right then that getting too close to Grandma wasn't something she liked. And there was the smell, like medicine and something I couldn't quite place, but always lingering around her. It wasn't like flowers or the pleasant scents I'd smell when other grandmas hugged their grandkids. It was heavier, more like old people's perfume, cloying and thick. I learned early on to keep my distance, to be as small as possible, to blend into the background. She never gave me the sense that I was wanted, but she never made me feel like I was unwanted either. It was just quiet, distant. If you made any noise, she'd give you a look that let you know that you'd crossed a line. It was like you weren't allowed to have a voice or make a sound unless she approved. And there were the cats. I can't remember how many there were over the years, but I can remember all of them. Grandma would keep them locked up in the shed, and every so often, a new one would show up at the house. At first, I thought she just liked animals, that she wanted them around. But no, she didn't like them. Not at all. I don't know why it took me so long to put it together, but one day, when I was about 7, I saw it. She was out in the yard, her back to me as she bent over something near the fence. It was a cat, a small, mangy one with patches of fur missing. I don't know why I stayed so quiet, why I didn't run or scream. Maybe it was because I knew better than to interrupt her. I'd seen this before, cats disappearing without explanation, just gone. But this time I saw it for myself. She had the poor thing by the neck, and there was something in her hands, a bottle. A syringe, I think. I didn't know what it was for at the time, but I remember how the cat's body went limp, how it didn't even struggle as she let it drop into the dirt. She looked at me, and I quickly ducked behind the bushes. I never told anyone. I didn't think anyone would believe me. My parents didn't care, they were busy. My mother worked long hours, and my dad, well, he was never around much. Grandma was the safest option. She kept me fed, clothed, and out of trouble. That's how my parents saw it. But something inside me felt wrong every time I saw her with the cats. The same thing happened with the foster kids. When I turned 8, Grandma started taking in other children. That's when I began to feel like something was off. Grandma didn't like kids, not really. She never seemed interested in me when I was younger. So why would she suddenly start fostering kids from the system? They'd come, sometimes looking scared or confused, and I'd watch them from a distance as Grandma fed them, bathed them, made them sleep in the same spare room I once used. The thing was, the foster kids would disappear. It was never a big deal at first, just a kid or two gone after a week or two. Grandma always told me the same thing. They're gone. I never asked where they went. I don't think I wanted to know. They never came back, and no one said anything about them, not even my parents. It was like they had never existed at all. But it didn't stop there. The foster kids started to stay for shorter amounts of time. The longest one lasted only 3 months, but most of them were gone within a week. And after each one disappeared, I would hear her talking to herself, quiet mutterings that I couldn't make out. I tried to get close a few times, tried to listen, but whenever I did, she'd give me a look. A look that made me feel like I was trespassing on something I had no right to understand. The fear began to creep in when I started noticing patterns. I could tell when one of them had misbehaved. It was like she could sense when a child would push her to the limit. They'd scream or cry, make noise, be disruptive. And then they were gone. I never found out what happened to them. They just disappeared like the cats. And I couldn't help but wonder if they were as disposable as the animals. I'd walk past the room where they used to sleep, and it was empty, just like it always was when they were gone. The door would be shut, and I'd never hear a word about it again. Grandma wouldn't talk about them, and neither would anyone else. I didn't want to make any noise. I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want to end up like them, the kids who disappeared, or like the cats that just vanished, never to be seen again. One afternoon, I was walking back from the yard, my hands stuffed in my pockets, when I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. Through the cracked door of the shed, I caught a glimpse of a small body, one of the foster kids lying motionless on the floor. My heart stopped, and I froze. I never got close enough to see what happened. I didn't want to. I turned and ran, fast as I could, to the back of the house, hiding until the sun started to set. Grandma never came after me, but the feeling stayed with me. I stopped looking for the foster kids after that. I learned to avoid the topic altogether, never asking where they went, never talking about them. And as I grew older, I realized that asking questions might be dangerous. I stayed quiet. I kept to myself. I watched the cats come and go, each one vanishing without explanation. I grew used to it, to the strange, suffocating silence that filled the house whenever Grandma was around. I kept my distance, made sure not to annoy her, not to cause any problems. I learned to survive in that house by staying invisible. As I got older, I started to leave more often. I found excuses to be away, to stay with friends, to go to school activities, to not be at the house. The pressure of being around her was too much, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was one step away from being the next to disappear. Then, when I turned 16, something happened. Grandma was older, slower, and I noticed she wasn't as sharp as she used to be. One day, I walked into the house to find the door to the back room wide open. It wasn't like Grandma to leave things undone. I went inside to find her sitting in the rocking chair, staring at the wall, her hands shaking. She didn't look up when I entered. That was when I decided I couldn't stay anymore. I couldn't live with the suffocating fear of what might happen next. I packed my things and left for good. It wasn't until I was much older, and years had passed, that I started putting the pieces together. I never found out the full story. I don't know where the foster kids went, or what happened to the cats. But I learned to never go back to that house. I learned to leave the past behind and never look back. Grandma was the kind of person who only cared for what suited her, who could disappear people without anyone asking questions. And now that I'm older, I realize I was just lucky enough to have escaped. No one ever asked about the kids or the cats, and no one ever will. Not even my parents. I'll never forget the way she would look at me, cold and detached, like I was just another thing to tolerate. And I'll never forget the feeling of being just another one of the things she kept locked away in that house. In the summer of 2004, I was 11 years old and living in a small, close-knit community in northern Michigan. We were a modest family, my mom, dad, older brother, and me. Our house was small but felt big enough back then. It was the kind of neighborhood where people knew each other by name and waved from their porches. During the summer months, just about everyone kept their screen doors latched, but left the heavier wooden doors wide open to let the cooler night air drift in. Hardly anyone had air conditioning. It was seen as a luxury most couldn't afford or didn't need. You got used to the heat, the bugs, the sticky air that never seemed to move. It was just how it was. Our house was a one-story ranch-style place, light beige with dark green trim. We had a front yard with a patchy mix of grass and sand, typical of the area, and a small fenced backyard where my brother and I played with our dog Lucky, a stocky Labrador with a golden coat and more energy than sense. Our house sat on a corner lot, not isolated but not crowded either, with a few neighbors nearby, but enough space to feel private. My bedroom faced the front of the house. It had one window, a rectangular screen-covered one that sat just above my small wooden desk, which held a jumbled pile of comic books, a lamp with a broken pull chain, and an old Dell monitor that I used to play games on. The screen was always slightly bowed from the way I'd lean on it, trying to get a better look at something outside, or push it outward to toss something into the yard. I wasn't supposed to do that, but I did it anyway. That summer, I was really into video games. I'd stay up later than I was supposed to, hunched over my keyboard, headphones on, trying to beat whatever level had stumped me that week. I'd usually quit when I felt the heat get too thick to sit still, or when my mom passed by in the hallway and gave me a look that meant, wrap it up. I don't remember the exact date of what happened that night, but I remember everything else, everything. It's never left me. It was late, probably close to midnight, and the house was still. The fans we had in every room hummed quietly. My brother's room was across the hall, and I could hear the low sound of his box fan rattling slightly against his windowsill, something I usually found comforting. That night, though, everything felt off. I had just shut off my computer. I slid under my sheet, turned my pillow to the cool side, and stared at the ceiling, waiting for the heat to stop bothering me. That's when I noticed it. The sound outside my window, or more accurately, the lack of it. In northern Michigan during the summer, the nights are never silent. Crickets, cicadas, frogs, there's always something chirping, croaking, buzzing. It creates this background noise that fades into the back of your mind after a while. But that night, that sound cut off like someone flicked a switch. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I noticed it because the silence didn't make sense. It wasn't just quiet. It was empty, like something had moved through and everything shut up. I thought maybe a cat was creeping by. We had a lot of strays in the area, and they were always slinking under cars, darting through yards. That was the best explanation I could come up with, and I tried to hold on to it. But that explanation started to fall apart about 10 seconds later. I heard a sound. It came from the direction of the street, maybe 5 feet in front of my window. It was quiet at first, faint enough that I almost convinced myself it was nothing. But I knew the sound. I recognized it instantly, and it made my stomach turn cold. Chains. Dragging chains. There's no mistaking that sound once you've heard it. A heavy chain being pulled over dirt and sand. It has this metallic scraping mixed with a gritty resistance, almost like someone shoveling gravel while dragging something sharp behind them. That's what I heard. It wasn't fast or loud. It was slow, uneven. I heard it drag, then pause, then drag again. It didn't sound like a machine or a cart or anything with wheels. It sounded like someone walking, taking slow steps, and with each step, the chains were pulled forward. And it was coming from right outside my window. My body locked up. I didn't sit up. I didn't turn toward the window. I just lay there, my eyes wide open, breathing so shallow it barely moved my chest. I remember being very aware of the fact that the only thing between me and whatever was outside was a thin screen. No curtain, no glass. Just mesh and a wooden frame. The chains got louder as they passed my window. I couldn't see anything, not without moving, but I imagined whatever it was could see me. The light from the hallway nightlight was enough to faintly illuminate my room, enough to make out shapes. My shape, my outline under the sheet. I felt exposed, like I was being studied. It only lasted about 10 seconds. But those were the longest 10 seconds of my life. The sound grew louder, then faded as it moved past, toward my brother's window, then toward the side of the house. And then it was gone. No door creaked. No scream. No crash. Just the chains, and then nothing. Eventually the crickets started again, slowly, like they were unsure it was safe. I don't remember falling asleep. I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion or fear. I just remember waking up with sunlight pouring through my window, the sheets tangled around my legs, and a knot of dread in my stomach. For a while, I just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor, replaying the sound over and over in my head. I didn't want to tell anyone. I wanted it to be something I imagined, just a weird dream. That's what I told myself. I needed it to be that. But part of me didn't believe it, so I decided to check. It was still early, maybe 7:30 in the morning. The dew was still clinging to the grass, and the air had that sticky heaviness it gets before the sun really starts baking the ground. I stepped outside barefoot and walked down the little concrete path that led from our front door to the driveway. Our yard wasn't manicured or landscaped, just patches of crabgrass, sand, and weeds with the occasional toy or garden tool forgotten and left out. I looked down and froze. There, in the dirt about 5 feet from our front door, were 2 lines. Parallel lines, each maybe 2 inches wide, running through the sand and grass like someone had taken 2 garden rakes and dragged them side by side. They curved gently, not in a straight path, as if they followed someone's movement as they walked. The spacing between them was about 1.5 feet, just wide enough to match someone walking with something dragging behind them on either side. I followed the lines with my eyes. They came from the sidewalk, past the front of the house, then veered slightly to the left, directly under my window. My breath caught in my throat. They kept going, past my brother's window, then around the corner of the house. I opened the side gate and stepped into the backyard. The grass in the backyard was patchier, and the soil was more sandy than the front. It made the trail even easier to see. The lines continued along the fence, curving with it, hugging the perimeter. I followed them across the yard, all the way to the second gate on the other side. It was closed, just like the other one had been. But the lines passed right through, which meant that if they were made by something, or someone, they must have opened and closed the gates to keep walking their path. I kept following the tracks until they disappeared into the grass at the side of the house. That's where I lost them. I stood there for a long time, sweating under the morning sun, the reality of what I was seeing starting to settle in. This hadn't been a dream. The sound I heard wasn't a figment of my imagination. Something had come into our yard, walked around our house, dragging something heavy, something made of metal. It walked past my window, my brother's, the side of the house, into the backyard, around the fence line, and out the other side. I looked at the gate again. It had been latched. Not broken, not ajar, latched. Whoever, or whatever, came through had known how to open it and took the time to close it behind them. I spent the rest of that day pretending everything was normal. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell my brother. I didn't even tell my friends. I didn't want them to laugh. I didn't want to believe it either. I just went through the day like a robot, ate cereal, watched cartoons, pretended not to glance out the window every time I walked by one. But I felt it, the feeling that something had been there, and maybe it could come back. For weeks after that, I had trouble sleeping. I'd lie awake and listen for the sound of the bugs, hoping they wouldn't go silent again. I started shutting my window at night, despite the heat. My mom asked me why, and I told her I didn't like the bugs getting in. That was true, but not the real reason. I just didn't feel safe anymore. Not completely. I never saw the tracks again. I looked for them every morning for the rest of the summer, but they never came back. Whatever made them only came once. I don't know what it was. Maybe some drifter, some unwell person dragging something behind them. Chains, tools, scrap metal. Who knows? Maybe it was someone testing how close they could get to a house before someone noticed. Maybe they didn't mean harm. Or maybe they did, and for whatever reason, they changed their mind. But here's the thing that has always stayed with me. They knew how to open our gates. They knew how to walk around a house quietly. They knew when people were sleeping. And they didn't leave a trace, except for those faint lines in the dirt. That summer changed something in me. It made me aware of how thin the barrier is between what we think is safe and what's out there in the dark. Between us and them, whoever them might be. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't some monster. It was real. It was physical. And it came close. Too close. To this day, I don't sleep with my windows open, even when it's hot, even when I know it's safe. Because on a July night in 2004, someone or something walked around our house, dragging chains in the dirt, and I heard every step. This happened back in 2013, and even now I can remember every detail like it just happened yesterday. I've always had strange dreams, especially ones where I'm back in school. They're not nightmares, just really vivid dreams that feel too real. That night was no different. In the dream, I was in the chemistry lab, the same one from high school with white tile floors, big black counters, and those tall stools that always felt too high to sit on. The room was full of other students, and I was standing at one of the lab tables, trying to finish some experiment. The Bunsen burners were on, lined up neatly across the table, and I could smell that sharp, bitter smell of something burning, maybe chemicals, or something left on the flame too long. I remember feeling nervous in the dream, like something wasn't right, like I had forgotten something important. When I woke up, it wasn't just the dream that stuck with me, it was the smell. That same sharp, bitter, chemical burnt scent clung to the air, strong and real. It pulled me out of the haze of sleep so fast I almost tripped trying to get out of bed. I sat up straight, my heart already racing, nose twitching from the smoke, my stomach curling a little. My first thought was that my uncle might have burnt something in the kitchen. He wasn't a bad cook, but he sometimes got distracted. I threw on a hoodie over my sleep shirt and ran into the hallway. He was already in the kitchen when I got there, looking around with a confused and alert expression, like he had woken up with the same smell pulling him from sleep. The hallway light cast shadows across his face, and I could tell from the way his eyes flicked toward me that he was worried too. Without saying anything, we both looked toward the oven, then the microwave, checking to see if something was on. Nothing. The kitchen was cold and clean, not a single burner left on, no scorched pans, no smoke inside. But that smell, it was getting stronger. He said something about hearing a crackling noise earlier, like hail hitting the window in his room. We both paused. That didn't sit right with either of us. Then, like something clicked in both of our brains, we turned and walked to the front door and stepped outside. The cold hit me first, sharp night air that should have made me feel awake. But it was the glow that stopped me in my tracks. The side of the house, our house, was on fire. It didn't look huge at first. The flames were climbing up the wall slowly, almost lazily, but the smoke told a different story. It was thick and rising fast, black and curling like it had somewhere to be. My uncle bolted for the garden hose. I stood there for a second too long, trying to understand what I was seeing. The porch lights flickered above us as the fire popped and crackled, sounding more like a bonfire now than any kind of storm. I remembered my phone. I had left it upstairs. I turned and ran back inside, taking the steps two at a time. The smoke was starting to creep inside now, not thick yet, but visible. It hugged the ceiling, crawling like fog that had gotten lost indoors. I burst into my room, grabbed my phone from the nightstand, and called 911 immediately. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I shouted our address into the phone and told them the house was on fire. They said someone was on the way. Then I remembered the fire extinguisher in the laundry room downstairs. I figured maybe I could help, at least slow it down. I rushed down, yanked the door open, and that's when my cat, Bailey, shot out. She was gray and white, small and skittish, always alert. I had no idea she was in there. She bolted past me and ran back up the stairs toward my room. I called her name once, but I didn't chase her. My focus snapped back to the extinguisher. I pulled it from the wall and ran back outside. The fire was moving faster now. The wall was lit up orange and red, and the windows closest to it were glowing from the inside. My uncle was spraying water, but it wasn't doing much. The flames were above his reach now. The water looked pathetic against it, like trying to put out a car fire with a water bottle. I used the extinguisher on the base of the flames, mostly where it had caught on the porch. The powder sprayed out in a rush, but it didn't do much more than make the smoke worse. At least it bought us a little time. I backed up, coughing, my shirt pulled over my mouth. My eyes were starting to sting. We stood in the yard, watching the fire eat through the side of the house. My uncle muttered that the fire department was going to take a while. Ours was a rural town, mostly volunteer-based, and tonight of all nights, they were short-handed and stretched thin on other calls. I could hear sirens in the distance, but they didn't seem to be getting any closer. It was about 30 minutes before they finally pulled up. Lights flashing, trucks pulling into our gravel driveway, voices yelling directions. By then, the fire had reached the roof, and thick smoke poured out of the upstairs windows. My room was up there. So was Bailey. My other uncle arrived at some point, the one who used to volunteer with the fire department. He jumped in to help, pulling hoses, yelling instructions like he never stopped doing the job. I kept asking him, over and over, if they'd found Bailey yet. He didn't answer right away, just kept working. I tried to help, but they made me stand back. I watched helplessly as firefighters smashed out windows, dragged soaked furniture into the yard, and climbed onto the roof to tear into it with axes. From outside, it didn't look as bad as I feared. The siding was blackened, the windows busted out, but the structure was still standing. The fire looked like it was dying down. I had a flicker of hope that maybe we caught it in time. Maybe Bailey had hidden under the bed or in the closet like she usually did during storms. Maybe she'd be okay. But an hour into it all, my uncle walked over to me. He didn't say anything at first, just looked at me, his eyes glossy and red from smoke, and maybe more than smoke. Then he shook his head. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. I punched him in the chest, hard. I think part of me wanted him to say something sarcastic, something that would prove he was joking. He had that kind of sense of humor, always teasing. But he didn't. He just looked at me and said it again, quieter this time. I didn't scream. I wailed. I broke. I don't know how long I stood there, bent over, holding my stomach like it was going to fall out. My lungs were on fire, but not from smoke. It was grief. Pure, brutal grief. Eventually, they got the fire under control. A few hours later, they let us go back inside to get what we could. The power was off, and we used flashlights. The smell hit me right away. Wet ash, burnt plastic, charred wood, something sour and chemical under all of it. It stuck to my clothes and hair, even my skin. The upstairs had taken the worst of it. My room was barely recognizable. The bed was blackened on one side. My bookshelf was just a collapsed pile of steaming wood and soggy pages. Clothes hung like torn rags from what was left of my closet rod. Smoke stains crept up the walls like veins. I didn't want to look at the attic door. I knew that's where she had gone. The crawl space next to my closet was where Bailey always disappeared when she wanted to be alone. I couldn't stop picturing her there, curled up, scared and waiting, thinking maybe I was coming to get her. We gathered what we could. Some photo albums in a sealed plastic tub had survived, a box of documents, a few pieces of jewelry. Most of it was soaked from the fire hoses, covered in ash or melted from the heat. I found a frame on the ground that used to hold a photo of me holding Bailey as a kitten. The glass had cracked, the edges scorched, but the photo inside was mostly intact. I kept it. The next few days were a blur of insurance calls, cleanup crews, and staying with family. People dropped off meals. Someone from the fire department gave me a small box with a collar and tag in it. Bailey's tag. I didn't even cry that time. I just held it in my hand for a long time and then tucked it into my coat pocket where I could feel it, heavy and real. We learned later that the fire had started from a faulty wire behind the dryer. Old wiring, something that hadn't been inspected in years. It had sparked and smoldered for hours before finally catching onto the wall. The crackling my uncle had heard wasn't hail. It was the fire chewing its way through wood and insulation. If we hadn't woken up when we did, the whole house could have gone up with us in it. There are a lot of ways things could have gone worse. That thought haunted me, but it didn't take away the ache in my chest every time I thought about Bailey. She'd been my cat since middle school. She slept on my pillow every night. She followed me around the house like a shadow. Losing her felt like someone had ripped a piece of me out and tossed it into the fire too. Eventually we rebuilt. Insurance covered most of it, and the community helped with the rest. We moved back in almost a year later, into a house that looked similar, but never felt quite the same. The walls were new, the paint fresh, but something was missing. I still had dreams sometimes, still smelled smoke in my sleep. The worst were the ones where I saw her in the house, safe, waiting for me, and I woke up with a wet pillow and a cold room. Years passed, and I got another cat. Not to replace her, no one could, but because the house felt too empty without that small, quiet presence. He's different in every way, loud, clumsy, needy, but he fills a space that needed filling. Sometimes I find him sitting in front of the closet door, staring like he's listening to something. I don't let my mind wander too far with that. I know what's real and what's not. What's real is that I still carry her tag in my coat pocket, even now, more than a decade later. What's real is that she was there with me for years, through every hard day, through every good day, and that I couldn't save her when it mattered most. And what's real is that I've forgiven myself slowly, painfully, because I did everything I could in a moment of chaos. The house is warm again. The walls are solid, the wiring is new, and the alarms are louder. But no matter how safe it feels,